We're going to get started with the January 27th, 2015 Portland Plains Sustainability Commission meeting. Today, we have a full agenda, and we will be going from our current time, 3 o'clock, till 8:15. Hopefully, we'll wrap up. Today is a complete work session, so there will be no testimony. We'll just have staff in front of us. Our agenda is introduction, if any items of interest from the commissioners, and then we'll have an introduction from staff about today's agenda. And really our goal is to arrive at tentative recommendations on each of the topics that we'll cover today. Written testimony is still being accepted and closes on 3/13/2015. That's March 13th, 2015 for the comp plan. The first item on our agenda is balancing decisions using the comprehensive plan. That's scheduled for 1 hour. The second item is centers and corridors growth strategy. That's scheduled for 2 hours. Then we'll take a 15-minute break. Our third item is non-conforming uses and split zoning. That will take an hour, hopefully, and then we'll have consent list number 1 and errata sheet for 15 minutes, and then we'll wrap up and get out of here. And with that, items of interest from the commissioners. Chris?
So I'll just note that in the wake of our Pembina hearing, I reached out to a couple of the climate action groups and said if they wanted to sit down for a discussion, maybe a little more substantive than waving placards at us, I'd be happy to do that, and I'd invite colleagues on the commission if they wanted to join me. So if I get some dates and times, I'll let people know and we can sit down.
Other items of interest? I will note that also in attendance is Mike Hauk, who is Skyping in from a warm, sunny location.
Let's make it really hard to hear us so it's painful for him.
I just got here, but I'll have comments to make as we go along.
Okay. Joe, any items of interest?
Yes. Good afternoon, commissioners. Just two things tomorrow in the morning at 10. The next round of funding for the Southwest Corridor Transit work is going before City Council for a hearing. And so this is an interim step before moving into an environmental impact statement for that particular high-capacity transit line. And then next week on Thursday at 2 o'clock is the West Quadrant hearing at City Council. So we'll be presenting, Carl and I and Susan will be presenting the plan. Andre and I think Kath are going to be addressing the City Council, and we'll go for a public hearing. Whether or not they vote that day, I think, depends on what they hear and how long the hearing goes.
Good, thank you. Any other items? Eric?
Consent.
Pardon?
Consent agenda?
Minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before we have a consent agenda, meeting minutes from the 21st. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Now, Eric, I apologize.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Lindstrom. I'm here to just give you a 15-minute overview of what's happening in a little more detail, and then I'll turn it over to the next presentation. You probably have seen this graphic before, but just a reminder that you're in the middle of the work session process, responding to public hearings. We'll be in this mode for a few more months, and then aim towards making a recommendation in May. This is one of a number of work sessions that you've scheduled for the comprehensive plan tonight.
Is this thing on, Eric? Is your mic on?
I think so, but
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Tonight's work session is one of several you've scheduled for the comprehensive plan. Tonight's topic relates to decision-making centers and corridors and non-conforming situations primarily. Just a reminder that the next session on February 10th will be about employment land and the economic opportunities analysis and things related to Goal 9. And you will have a number of other sessions through March. Staff reports on the table today include another errata memo from me just identifying a few small errors that we've noticed since the last time we published that. There is what we call consent list number 1, which is a set of miscellaneous, mostly policy, but a few map changes that we're recommending. And we put this on a consent list because it doesn't relate to any of the items that you've discussed, that you've flagged for work session discussion. But you are welcome to pull items from that list if you have concerns about individual items. And we circulated last night through a spreadsheet a list of what your colleagues have identified so far, and we'll get to that item at the end of today's discussion. Again, that's things not related to the topics that you're having more detailed discussion on. And this first package primarily relates to things in the public facilities chapter. Decision-making is the first session. Michelle Kunick will lead the discussion in that. And that we put that first because it kind of frames a lot of how you interpret the rest of the policies and the mapping in this plan. We'll follow that up with some discussion of centers and corridors and amendments that staff has proposed there, and then get to the non-conforming situations and split zoning. Each of these staff reports has consent lists as well within them. And just a reminder that staff has pre-checked some examples on those lists that we will talk through as we're describing the issue. And some of you have identified additional items, which we also set out in that transmittal last night. And there's the additional miscellaneous. So if you have an item that you haven't yet identified that's on any of those lists that you do want to talk about, please speak up and mention that if you haven't already. Today's decisions, just a reminder that this is not a final vote. You're making general recommendations to accept or modify the staff proposal or to continue to the discussion. And generally that means on March 24th or later, because we don't want to bump the subsequent sessions off the calendar because we've advertised those and we want people to know what you're talking about when. These are tentative directions you're establishing based on what you know today. Because of that, we know that they're continuing to accept testimony. You'll probably literally get testimony while you're speaking tonight through email or on the MAP app. And so these are based on what you know today, and of course you're reserving the right to reflect on additional testimony that you may receive after tonight. The staff reports we gave you were based on approximately testimony received before around January 6th. So there may be letters on some of these topics that came in yesterday or the day before or last week even that we have not yet digested as staff. And we'll be following up with additional communication to you, bundling those up. And ultimately, they have to all come to resolution by the May 12th final session if we stick to our schedule. And we'll update you on as we go as those lists evolve. Another aspect of today's decisions is you're not endorsing specific strike through and underline language for the most part. These are general directions about aiming us one way or the other. We'll bring back language with strike through and underline as we move forward, and we're planning on the first week of April to release that draft that reflects your input from all the different work sessions. So some of our staff recommendations do have specific language just because it was a no-brainer and it was just one word. But for the most part, we described our amendments in general terms and didn't try and give you the full exact language. So while we're happy to take testimony on specific or comments from you about specific language, we're trying to not go too deep into the weeds yet because we're going to have another round of giving you an opportunity to look at the specific language. As I said before, we're still taking public comments. We have about 2,800 plus comments today, either through the MAP app or email or direct testimony. This is not a hearing, so we're not taking oral testimony tonight, but as I said, you may get letters and email continuing through this process. We'll continue to accept that through at least March 13th, which is a Friday. And just a reminder for the audience that these are the different channels that you can direct that testimony, either through the MAP app or the email, or directly through the Postal Service to our mailing address. Or you can call with questions if you don't want to testify, and if you just have a clarifying question, our helpline is still open. So I'm going to stop there with those introductions and turn it over to Michelle to, and I'm going to switch PowerPoints here to the other topic.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michelle Koenig-North. I'm with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, and I'm here today to facilitate your discussion of the first memo that you received, Balancing Decisions Using the Comprehensive Plan. It should be the thinnest one in your packet, if that helps. So this staff report includes 6 primary recommendations that are intended to respond to Bureau and public comments that we've received about how the plan is used in decision-making. And our intent with this staff report was to make the plan clearer, more consistent, and more workable over time. So as we're making amendments to the plan, do we have a clearer path laid out in the plan itself for that process? As was mentioned earlier, this report does relate to things that kind of track through the whole plan. So it pertains to all chapters, all components of the plan. And so it's really a great thing that you're tackling these issues first. They can kind of serve as a parameter for how you think about other things in future work sessions. That being said, it really only makes specific recommendations for certain parts of the plan, namely chapters 1 and chapter 10. To the extent that some of these proposals need to be carried out in other chapters, you may hear recommendations down the road in other work sessions. So just for example, today we're discussing the use of verbs, but you won't hear recommendations related to verb choice in specific chapters until later work sessions. The proposals in this staff report were developed by a multi-bureau group of staff. So that's staff from the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, the Bureau of Development Services, and the City Attorney's Office. And just a little intro on how I was planning on walking through this today. I was going to introduce and give you a bit of an overview of our thinking on each of the topics, allows for some time for discussion and feedback. We'd like to try to summarize your recommendation at the end of each of those topics if we can. Towards the end of the agenda item, we've set aside some time for any other consent items that haven't already been identified that you'd like to pull for further discussion. And then at the very end, we're going to bring Shannon up. She's taking notes right now. And the two of us are going to try to summarize what we've heard today and what our actions are moving forward based on the 3 options that are outlined here. Are we accepting the staff proposal? Are you accepting the staff proposal? Are you modifying it? Or is it something that you'd like to set aside for further discussion? One other quick note. I mentioned that we are talking about Chapter 1 and Chapter 10 primarily today. That being said, there are sections of those chapters that aren't covered. One of the notable pieces that is scheduled for a future agenda item is the issue of neighborhood and area plans and how those are integrated into the comp plan. So that's a future, it's already on your agenda for another work session. Okay, so let's dive into these issues. I do have a slide for each one just to it repeats what's already in your memo, but just to keep us all on the same page. The first issue is the scope of the plan. What decisions does the comprehensive plan apply to? What types of decisions have to comply with the plan? So our recommendation very broadly is to clarify the types of decisions that must comply. It seems a little basic, but the plan right now is inconsistent in how it describes this, and it can lead to some confusion. In your packet, you have a table of types of amendments, and our proposal is that any legislative or quasi-judicial amendment to elements of the plan. So that's the goals and policies, the comprehensive plan map, the list of significant projects, and certain transportation system plan components, as well as amendments to supporting documents that contain policy decisions and the implementation tools that we specifically call out as land use decisions in the plan need to comply with the plan for future amendments. We did receive a question about the difference between legislative and quasi-judicial amendments. Legislative is generally an amendment that applies to either citywide or to a broad area. It's generally brought forward by a bureau like BPS, sometimes the Bureau of Transportation and others. Those are the amendments that are seen by and reviewed by this body. Quasi-judicial amendments are individual property owners asking for an amendment to the comprehensive plan map or the zoning map. Those requests are reviewed by a hearings officer and are not brought to the PSC. Two other details. The zoning map, you'll notice, has a bit of a qualification on it. We would like to clarify that amendments to the zoning map are considered in compliance with the plan if they comply with the comprehensive plan map. So the zoning map by necessity follows the lead of the comp plan map. And so if those two things are aligned, we don't want to have the extra step of going back and looking at the rest of the comp plan as well. And then finally, we also got a question about development agreements and specifying what types of development agreements are considered a land use decision that must comply with the plan. Generally, the city can enter into development agreements through its charter. PDC does this often for economic development purposes as part of its power as an urban renewal agency. That's not the type of development agreements we're talking about here. There's actually a very specific statute, ORS 94, that sets up the ability of a city to enter into an agreement with a company that wants to locate here to set parameters for kind of phased development. We haven't used it in the city of Portland before, but it does call it out as a land use decision, so we wanted to include it specifically here. So hopefully that helps answer that question. Okay, so that's my
Can we ask
overview.
questions now?
Of
or-
course, yeah, we want to do each one.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions on amendments. Okay, let's say we go through this entire process, we adopt the new comprehensive plan, it's all done. And you want to amend it, that typically would go to a hearings officer and then city council, as I recall, if you're amending a comp plan.
It depends on the type of amendment. So again, a legislative amendment would come. So if we wanted to amend the transportation system plan or a certain policy, that would come before the PSC.
But if an applicant came forward and wanted to amend their comprehensive plan designation as well as their zone, that would go to council, as I recall.
To a hearings officer.
Hearings officer, then city council.
Would that be the
For-
quasi-judicial?
Yes,
Might be.
for comp plan map amendments.
Okay,
Thank you,
good.
Devin.
Yeah. The other question I have is typically, there are new district plans always happening. And I'm assuming those will still happen after we're done with the Portland plan. When you do a new district plan and you want to adopt it, do you amend the comprehensive plan to include that new district plan?
Yeah, if I can jump in, yes. And what we're trying to set up is we fully anticipate refinement plans,
Sure.
area plans. And what we're going to try to do is focus on the parts of it that you actually amend into the comprehensive plan and do it that way. But parts of it will be very much, parts of it could be amendments to the zoning code that implement the comprehensive plan. When we get into Eric's presentation, some of these comprehensive plan designations could have a number of zones that implement them. So
Right.
you could do the refinement plan to really figure that out. But those are all legislative.
Okay, that sounds like a good
Yeah.
direction. Thank you.
Other questions?
Are we kind of moving these along one at a time? This is A, soon will come B and C, or are we just kind of taking them
That was my plan for how this would work.
You approve as we go.
Yes.
We're good with A, no further
Good to go.
questions,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Okay. We'll move on to B.
I think this is going really well.
Okay, so now that we've said that these various types of amendments need to comply with the plan, well, what does that compliance actually mean? And so we wanted to define a standard for compliance in the plan. To do this, we borrowed some language that's currently in the zoning code. I thought it was pretty applicable as a proposal, that amendments must be evaluated against the plans. Sorry, I want to make sure I read it. The comprehensive plan goals and policies, and on balance be equally or more supportive of the comprehensive plan as a whole than the existing language or designation. So there's two pieces there. One that you're evaluating against the plan, the goals and policies. The other is that on balance, it's equally or more supportive than the existing language or designation. That, once we've defined that compliance, the second piece is a little bit of a housekeeping. We had used comply in other ways in the plan. For example, we said that you need to comply with the Metro functional plan. So to avoid confusion with this definition, we are proposing using a different term in those cases, consistent with, and then defining that phrase as well. So that consistent means that you're meeting the requirements of, satisfying, or adhering to a regulation, mandate, or plan. To allow comply to mean simply what we've stated it as.
Questions? Questions?
Well, words matter. Consistent with the Portland plan is a pretty heavy statement when you really want to comply with it. I think that's a good addition. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Michelle?
So my issue would be within the definition of comply where we have on balance, and I don't know if it makes sense to talk about that now or when we get to the verb discussion. Sure. So we've got the language for the definition of comply, and it's that on balance it will be equally or more supportive of the comprehensive plan. I don't know if now is the right place to get into the discussion about what on balance means, or if you want to wait until the verb.
Does your question pertain specifically to how we would use verbs?
So my concern is, I know that there's Court of Appeals authority that if you have one policy that leads you to a no answer, the fact that says no, you can't do X, that you've got 10 other policies that are supportive of X can't outweigh the fact that there's something that says no. And so that's where I get hung up. Whether or not we say on balance, but if there's a higher judicial authority going on, that means on balance, if we have words that are veto words, then we've got a veto. So is that a discussion here, or is that a discussion in the verb?
So if it's okay with the commission, I might recommend moving to the verb conversation and we can go back to C, because it seems like a logical next step.
Well, the on balance I wanted to talk about also, but in a different context. So will that be covered in the verb context, or is that?
It's a preposition and a noun.
Well, I know, but
We're back to English 101.
Yeah.
the on balance gets to compliance in when you go to C. We talk about on balance, and I have a concern about on balance. So I'm trying to understand where.
Let's just merge all of these conversations together. Go ahead, Andre.
That sounds like a balanced approach.
Oh, that's on balance.
On balance can be very subjective. I think that
Yeah.
that was good.
Yeah. So why don't you go ahead and.
So the intent of the on balance standard is that we have multiple policies that say different things. In a perfect world, we would have every proposal that came through here would fully and optimally achieve all of the policy directives we put in the plan. I don't know that that's particularly achievable. So the on balance standard is meant to be guidance for when that goal of full optimal achieving can't be obtained. You know, how do you make decisions and move forward from there? So in our conversations and in this on balance standards allows decision makers this body, City Council, to weigh various policy objectives, various components of the proposals in front of you, and make a recommendation based on the overall balance and weight of all of those different factors. It's not a standard that sets some policy directives above others. That being said, when we get into the verb conversation, we intended to use a consistent set of verbs throughout the document and to define those verbs and to be intentional about where and when we were using them. Some of those verbs reflect strong actions for which the city has a lot of control. Others reflect actions for which we have less direct control or want to encourage others to take part in achieving those policy objectives. And so we didn't intend to create a hierarchy of verbs, but in some cases it feels like there's one there. So when we're looking at the use of the verbs themselves, we wanted to propose two things. One, that the verb choice is really determined by the appropriateness of the verb as defined in the glossary for the intent of that policy. Does the policy itself kind of stand on its own? And then as we were using verbs in decision-making, that it was tied back to that compliance standard of on balance, so that City Council has the ability and authority to balance applicable policies in each of those individual decisions based on the situation at hand. There's a little bit more detail in here about exceptions to that. If we put in place a regulation, for example, that says it's mandatory that you do this in this situation, if you wanted to make a policy decision that went against that, it would require changing the regulations. So the regulations do have kind of firmer authority than the policies. Okay, so I think that was my primary notes about the verbs, so we can go back to the questions that were placed.
Okay, so, for example, I understand that the intent wasn't to create this hierarchy, but, for example, you've got prevent, and prevent is, I think, basically don't allow to happen and prohibit in the definition, or it's pretty clear. Yes, so there's the prevent and prohibit definition in the definitions in the glossary that are you can't do something. So those to me seem to be veto type words. So if I've got a veto word versus strive to, I still think you end up with the prevent and prohibit taking precedence unless we are I'm not sure this is enough, but I think at a minimum we have to be very clear within the plan itself that none of these words are veto words. I think that's got to be expressed in the document. And I have a concern that it could be helpful to have a separate document that does that. I think that's in the recommendation to have some guidance document. But in terms of legislative history that people can rely on going forward, I think if there's not clear language you can point to in the code, in the amendment, it's the comp plan itself that says there are no veto words here. I don't think people can rely on that. I think they'll look back and say, well, if they meant there to be no veto words, it would have been part of the plan. The whole reason they didn't adopt it as part of the plan is because they want the flexibility to not be bound by it. So that's part of the concern I have about trying to separate this out. I think we need to be crystal clear about what balance means and the discussion we're having now. If the conclusion is there are no veto words, even if you look it up and it sounds like a do not allow, flat out, sounds like a no, that doesn't mean that.
So with that language, then would that prevent you from demonstrating that you're taking an unbalanced approach if you were doing an amendment?
So the case that I was looking at, and I won't say I went through it in a lot of detail, but the case that I'm familiar with, the word I believe was prohibit. They were using the LCDC definition of prohibit, which is slightly different than what Portland has proposed, but they said that means de minimis impact. You basically can't.
De minimis impact.
Right, it's next to nothing if you're saying you're going to have that level, and that they weren't allowed to do the balancing there. And so that's my concern, that we're going to end up potentially down the road in that situation where we have all this intent that we're going to have balancing, but that case law context here is that, yes, you balance, but there are some things that are heavier on the scale and some things that take complete control of the scale.
So being on balance then is kind of discretionary? Is that kind of what you're?
I'm saying that it's not discretionary, that if you have words like strive, encourage, limit, yeah, those are balance words. But that there are some words that, if you look in our glossary, say do not allow.
Okay.
And that's where my concern is.
Other comments? My comment on balance is the description that these are to look at policies and then balance those policies in your decision-making process. My concern is that if I'm weighing two neighborhoods or something in that, one neighborhood may not be as complete as the other. On balance seems to me to put the advantage to the more complete neighborhood. And I'm concerned that we may not want on balance, we may want a neighborhood to get a greater advantage. And we, on balance, over time seems to me at least, if I'm a policymaker down the road, someone says on balance, well, I've got two neighborhoods, they're balanced decisions, but I don't want a balanced decision because I want a neighborhood to become more complete faster than another neighborhood. So how do I get an unbalanced decision to improve? I mean, that's really, I'm looking to, we've got neighborhoods that are not as complete as others, and we've got strategies to increase those neighborhoods' completeness through, additional transportation, housing, and services and whatever. But a balanced approach is everybody kind of boats rise at the same time, and I think we're saying they don't rise at the same rate.
So I think that the on balance standard is not intended to imply an equal weighting of all policies. It's intended to mean that a decision maker has the authority to consider the applicable policies and then balance as appropriate for the situation and the priorities that are expressed by that set of policies. So I think that the intent is to get at the situation that you're describing, where in different situations we might, city council might look at those policies in different ways.
Does that mean we're creating an envelope in which we have discretion? Because that would seem to be.
You'll have to explain that to me again. I'm sorry, I got really lost in syntax. Go ahead. Or maybe try
Okay, while
that
you're
way.
thinking, want me to take
Yeah.
a shot? So I think one way this could work is if we have 50 policies in the plan. And if we've picked the policies in a way that favors complete communities, or increasing the amount of complete communities, or improving the metrics we've identified in the Portland plan, whatever, if you've designed your policies that way, when you balance all 50 policies, then you're likely to end up with that end result. If you have a policy that says you cannot prevent investment in areas that are 90% complete, if you have some development come in that would be in the 90% complete area and would provide jobs and all these other benefits, you wouldn't be able to do it because you've got this, no, you absolutely under no circumstances can invest in this neighborhood. But if you have, I understand the discomfort with squishy language, but if you allow some squishy language, then you can have the flexibility, I think, to deal with a specific situation and not be bound to, the places that already have all the investment are just going to continue to get the investment.
And if I can add into, I think if you look at the policies that you're applying in doing the balancing, the challenge you've put out there, Commissioner, is that we have clearly a path of policy that would allow us to prioritize one part of town over another. And I believe that's in there in a variety of ways in the plan, but what we could do is, bring forward those so you can point to them so you really can see how in a given decision you do have that the plan does have policies that are acknowledging that some parts of town have infrastructure needs and complete community needs that are not the same as others, and that we actually have an equity principle about trying to bring parts of town up to that standard, especially if they're impacting community of color, the groups that we're focusing on for equity. And your policies, the policies in the plan allow the commission to have the priority set that way. They don't say that it's the only thing you can do. And that's a whole different policy if you wanted to do that, and that's what Michelle, I think, is saying. If you want to set something that says that's it and that's it, that's the discussion the commission should have.
Howard, did you have a comment?
We
Go
also-
ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Michelle expressed her concern regarding kind of the legal ramifications of particular verbs. Mine is a bit more just practical on the ground application, and I've read the staff report. And first of all, I don't particularly have any problem with the concept that's been expressed regarding balance. What my concern is, while staff says that, for example, encourage may include regulatory or non-regulatory or other ways of achieving the particular policy. In practice, my experience in the past has been that folks who may not adhere to that or understand that definition literally read the word encourage. And I'm speaking, of course, about my concern about actually implementing environmental protections as it literally is encouraged. Well, you know, that's a pretty weak direction regarding policies. And that's why I keep bringing up the concern, because it's the way it's actually applied by human beings as opposed to going back to the policy or the definition staff has given us, which is may include regulatory, non-regulatory, or other approaches. So that's my angst.
So this is Michelle. I would suggest on that one, just expanding the definition that's in the glossary, because in the glossary it talks about encouraging or fostering something people or other organizations are already doing or could do, and you can just expand the glossary to include what staff has said, that it may include city regulation.
Reference it.
Because, you know, the whole point of a lot of the policies regarding environmental issues is we really need to be improving environmental conditions such as watershed health and so forth. And the reference to keep doing what we've been doing just doesn't cut it.
Okay. Howard? And Howard, Teresa?
Oh, I was just going to say, to me, unbalance means as an average. But in your definition, Joe, you say on balance, it suggests that further considerations have to be made to the issue one way or the other. So it's a kind of a squishy word, as you point out. But I'm unclear, Michelle, whether you're comfortable with that or want to change it.
While you can never say what a court is going to do, I'm not comfortable with the way it's set up right now, and I think we have to be crystal clear in the glossary throughout the document that none of these words are veto words. When we say balance, we mean we're balancing everything. The use of a word prevent, prohibit, does not mean that frankly means what we're saying it means. I mean, maybe it's modifying the definition itself.
You want to leave the issue open, basically.
Right. If there's something somebody at this board, at this commission is comfortable saying in no circumstance that is not before me right now, I'm willing to say you may never do X, then go ahead and do it. But I'm not going to get there. And I would also say that I think when we're going through the verbs, can I add one quick thing? When we're going through the verbs, I think we also have to look at the policies in sort of the timeline, because they are set up in a way that, this policy applies in this situation, this policy applies in this context, and in this context. And I think that if we are prohibiting things at the front end, the fact that you have flexibility farther into the process, we may not actually be achieving the flexibility. So an example would be, we have one about, and I can get you policy numbers about, preventing degradation at the front end of the planning process regulation. But then at the back end, when somebody has a development application, we're saying they can first avoid, then minimize, then mitigate. But if at the front end you're saying there's no degradation, so you're adopting policies that allow no degradation, you're never going to get to the place where people can mitigate. So I think we need to be looking at the timeline of how the policies make sure they're consistent.
Good comments.
Okay, so when I first read the balance statement, I was happy. I liked it because to me it meant I could weigh things the way I wanted them and, you know, put things that were heavier over here and it would be perfect. You're right, every situation could fit into my definition of balance against the plan. And then I just looked it up and balance, this definition, you know, whatever, internet, equilibrium. So then it makes me start thinking more of what Andre was saying is trying to maintain this steady state equilibrium, which is what I don't think we are trying to do. I think we're trying to make some change in positive direction.
Gary?
Can you clarify which parties this applies to? It applies to the commission, does it also apply to the city council? Does it apply to staff in any way?
So our
I mean, I know that the listed activities are largely outside of staff's.
So our recommendation here is that as a matter, yes, it applies to the commission and city council. And as a matter of practice, if staff were bringing proposals to this commission, that we be taking the verbs into account when making those findings, so that if we are if we're making findings against a policy that says prevent, for example, and a policy that says encourage, that we are making the findings in a way that reflects and responds to those verbs. That the opportunity to weigh and use that on balance standard is the role of the commission and city council.
Which brings me to my other comment, which is, and this is probably just the old bureaucrat coming out of me, but it's, are we? I'm sorry. Is there anything in the implementation pathway that speaks to a method for getting staff fully educated on what balance means and how that gets institutionalized within the organization? Because staff is in a very powerful influencing role with regard to the commission, and so this extends to the staff level implicitly, I think, even though staff is not the decision maker. But so I'm comfortable with the balancing. I think that's fundamentally legislative, where you look at different policies and, you know, Catherine may call it one way and I may call it another way, but we have our rationale that's laid out relative to the policies and the goals, and we vote, and that's a legislative activity. But I think there also needs to be a system for staff to influence that process in a consistent way over a very long period of time, decades.
Joe, did you have a comment? No. Oh, okay. My concern, and when I talk about the word of balance, is what's the intent? And I liked when you initially said the intent of the balance is to take, and where Joe talked about taking the different policies that do that. If we can get to that intent somewhere that we say, here's what on balance means, that it's not equal, it's taking the policies that may unequally get you on balance to what you're trying to do. I'm comfortable with that, but as you know, probably someone in the future will look up and say, balance means equal, and equal is how that policy drives out. And I'm concerned about that and what our intent is here.
So, well, and I think that is pretty clear in the comprehensive plan, and what I would propose to do is bring some examples forward to try to illustrate that, Andre, that because we have policies in the plan, about equity and prioritization and or just the need to different places. That's clearly in there. Even if you're the one that's got me a little puzzled right now that I'm trying to understand is the concern about the averaging versus being able to balance and sort of see the balance of the scales and pick a direction.
Well, I
You
think that's the concern. If we can describe balance as not a average, but as an unequal activity that incorporates the policies that allow you to be unequal to get to quote unquote the balance. That's my concern. Is balance to me is average. You average everything and you get to a conclusion. And I understand we have the equity, we have prosperity, we have a lot of policies that allow us to drive decisions to get more complete neighborhoods and in a lot of areas. But as a policymaker 5 years from now, I'm just looking at if someone looks at the word balance and that's what staff says they have to on balance make a decision, what will they think?
Right.
And the intent of the on balance is, what is the intent of on balance?
Well, I think the intent, I think the intent of on balance is the clear statement we have is the one that Michelle has in the memo here.
Yep.
On page 4, under definition of comply. Okay, so look at that. That's, I think, how we operationalize it, or some
Right.
version of that.
So the key idea being that it's equally or more supportive of the comprehensive plan as a whole.
So let's just go to a few for instances, because I think that might help illustrate this. You could get a decision or be presented with a decision that was for a part of town where, on the basis of the issues in that place and what would, meeting the objectives of the plan could be a perfectly reasonable thing to do in that part of town. But the comp plan, by not seeing it being able to see it in the context of us taking actions in other parts of town, just to do this geographically maybe, where the comp plan is also saying we need to be stepping up to find more aggressive ways to address these inequities or these lack of services. It's not framed in a way that question's on the table for you, right? Because you're talking about this place and the coherence of that. And really the decision that's going to be gnawing is, that's fine for this place, but how are we making any progress on the rest of the plan that would direct us in a different direction? So that I don't have a simple answer for you now, but having even just watched the URA discussion that we had, it's that kind of allocation of resources and priorities where our plan doesn't necessarily link a decision on the north side to a decision on the south side and allow you to be able to choose between the two. So I'm not really sure what the answer to that is, other than I believe a commission could act in a way like you all just did. See, I think that we've just gone through a moment where it was, if you look at it one way, it's to use the URA discussion as an example. There's nothing, the goal that we set in the Central City Plan, amending those URAs and getting more resources for a longer period of time does nothing but help us accomplish that goal. So that's, some version of what we just passed on, you're going to want to do and need to do to be able to accomplish that goal. And it doesn't 100% get you there. So the nagging issue that you all put on the table was, this is not enough, and what's the rest of the plan look like? But you were able to do that in the context of the comprehensive plan that you had. So,
May I say something?
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, being equally or more supportive of the comprehensive plan on a whole makes total sense to me, and I'm comfortable with that. The real issue then is in the policies to ensure that whether it be equity or any of the number of other goals and objectives of the comp plan, that they be as strongly stated as they can, so it's very clear in each case that we know where we want to go.
Okay,
Taken as a whole.
okay. Any other comments on this question, I guess?
So to summarize what I heard, it sounded like there was some comfort with the proposal around the on-balance standard with some additional articulation of how we're thinking about that standard so that that can carry forward to future decisions. Excuse me. I also heard a recommendation to think about how we would institutionalize that into staff practices, and a recommendation on clearly on stating in the plan how that on-balance standard applies to the use of verbs.
If I could just, the one thing I think is actually the most operative too is that we just need to be clear that there's no single verb, or there's no statement in there that trumps.
Yes.
And if we want one that trumps, we need to signify that very clearly.
So is everyone in agreement with what she said?
So I just want to,
I am.
Or do you have more comments?
I'm in agreement, and I want to reinforce it. I think this articulation is really important because it might not be a Planning and Sustainability Commission that's hearing these amendments. It might be a hearings officer who has a different perspective on these things and will look for clear directives, clear language that he can relate an approval to. So the more we can articulate this, the better moving forward from my perspective.
Thank you.
so I want to make sure I understood what I heard, and I'm going to articulate it in terms that make sense to me, and you can tell me if it's congruent or not. What I think I heard is that the on-balance standard creates kind of an envelope within which we have discretion to pick the prioritization, as opposed to being a mandate to find the center point, right? And if that's correct, then I'm happy.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to go backwards now.
Okay.
We are now on C, guiding principles. So as you likely recall, we did something new in this plan and added a set of guiding principles that were intended to reflect key priorities that carried out the Portland Plan and the Climate Action Plan into the comp plan. And they were intended to recognize some of the kind of big picture multi-objective intentions of the plan to make sure that those are clear and carried forward as we move through implementation and administration of the plan over time. However, we had some comments that it was unclear, or there were a few comments that comments that were reflected concern over how the guiding principles would be applied and the implementation of those. So we have a series of recommendations related to the guiding principles. The kind of biggest of them is that we clarify that they only are applied to legislative amendments. And this was a recommendation of the Bureau of Development Services that we place kind of this burden of making findings and considering things like a proposal's overall impact on equity and environmental health and economic prosperity for those larger projects that might be citywide or affect a broader area. But that might be an unreasonable ask or even very difficult to do at a parcel by parcel basis. So that's why we are recommending this distinction of only applying those to legislative amendments. In addition, we're proposing clarifying that they are considered on balance the same standard that we just discussed for all other goals and policies, and that we create a separate guidance document. There was, I think, general support for the guiding principles, but some concern about, well, how do we actually, what are the nuts and bolts of this? How do we actually do this over time and make finding against these kind of broad multi-objective principles? There are tools that can help us do that, and there was interest in creating a separate guidance document for staff that would be available to the public that kind of provides some of those instructions, if you will. One other thing, actually, let's talk about that and then we can talk about environmental justice. It's a little bit of a different beast in this part of the proposal.
So questions?
What is the reason for not adopting this guidance document with the comp plan?
Could you hear that? Mike's question was, what is the reason for not adopting it with the comprehensive plan? Our recommendation right now is to not adopt it as a component of the comprehensive plan because any amendments in the future to it would require a post-acknowledgement amendment process and maybe create a pretty high burden for amending the document in the future. Since this is an area particularly around human health and equity principles where the practice is rapidly improving in how we consider and understand those impacts, we thought it would be better to have a document that was a bit more flexible and could kind of change over time as our capacity and our practice improves.
Howard?
The document, as I understand it, is kind of a guidance book of how to go about guiding principles. And if you make that kind of not part of the plan and it can be amended or moved around, then aren't those two contradictory?
So, I could see, the intent would not be to have a document that sends us in a guidance document that sends us in a different direction than the principles do. You would want those two things to be aligned. There may be other structures, other types of adoption that could kind of memorialize that document and give it a bit more weight. We're just recommending that it not be a comprehensive plan level of adoption. It could be adopted by City Council or this body or, memorialized in a different way.
Ask a question.
Well, let me relate it to real life experience. Getting a support book from a new piece of software doesn't always comply with the software. And the two are very contradictory and very annoying. I'm just wondering if that possibility exists here.
I agree with that.
Can I ask a follow-up
Yes.
question? What do you think? So when we're saying the guiding principles, are we talking about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things on GP 1-5? So those are all encourage things that we're encouraging, which isn't, as Mike said, a super strong word. So my initial reaction to the proposal was, if it's not part of the plan, it's not helpful, so don't do it. But looking at these being encourage words, it seems to me more like this supporting document would be examples of ways you can promote these objectives, and maybe it's not so much necessarily something somebody's going to be relying on when they're trying to get a project through. That it's more, these are examples of ways you might achieve that, but not exclusive ways.
So some of the ways we thought about this being used were, for example, if we came to the commission with a proposal, and this proposal has various types of impacts potentially on equity, economic prosperity, environmental health, human health, and resiliency, that we would want to be able to describe considerations or impacts in each of those realms. The goals and policies themselves do that in part, but there may be additional things that we want to consider, even into the nuts and bolts of if we're saying communities of color, who are we talking about and what data are we going to, kind of tying down some of the practicalities around how you would think about and describe these principles.
Joe, and then Teresa.
Yeah, just as an example, because it's what I've spent the day doing, our current budget process, when you're asking for certain types of budget additions, we need to put it through an equity lens. And so we're on version 2 of what the city's version of that equity lens is. And it's an exercise that forces explicit reasoning and consideration of the equity angles of that particular decision, and tries to make them explicit and transparent so that everyone can look at it and say, just see how reasonable or well considered it is. And when it gets over to City Council, they'll weigh them using that as well. The science of that is pretty subjective and evolving, because this is the second or third version of that lens that we keep working on and refining. And as we experienced, I think, with the health impact assessments too, that science or that approach to that analysis is evolving. The corollary that you have in a lot of regulatory settings is you have a regulation and you got the manual, which says here's different ways of meeting it. And a little bit that's what that's I think an apt corollary to what we're talking about with these guiding principles. And remember, the reason we're trying to introduce this notion of the guiding principles is all about the Portland Plan. When we do our legislative projects, so the things that come to you all, and we took it from our long discussions of everyone wanting to see how the comprehensive plan implements the Portland Plan. The comprehensive plan implements the Portland Plan because ideally the specific policies that we've built into this are reflective of that Portland Plan kind of thinking. And we just didn't want to give up the discipline also of challenging for major legislative decisions, interdisciplinary, multi-objective thinking, because, but we didn't have a practical way, honestly, to bring it into the Oregon land use system as part of our comprehensive plan other than get the policies right. We want to have this other lens that we apply when we do a legislative process, and we want to make clear for which projects that applies to, and that the hearings officer, back to Don's example, doesn't have to do this. This comes through our reasoning here. And, this is what you all would expect us to do anyway. Yeah. That's what we were trying to design.
Teresa?
Maggie.
Looking at
So I want to clarify two things. So the new equity document, that is separate from the guiding principles document?
The example that Michelle used was that we'd create a manual sort of about how to do this, and I was using that as an example of the kind of thing I can imagine being in a manual. That's all.
Okay. And then looking through, I know on the following page on the environmental justice section, it says to elevate the importance of environmental justice and reduce redundancy. Onward. Are you proposing to take out certain recurring ideas and recommendations out of the comp plan and put them into this guiding principles document? Because my concern with that is if you have an environmental justice policy and the rest of your guiding principles that say evaluate or encourage, we won't have something that's more substantive in the comprehensive plan if you're just pulling it out to avoid redundancy.
The intent of the environmental justice is, right now, the environmental justice policy per se is buried in, if you're making an amendment to the zoning map, think about this. Mm-hmm. And it says that a few different times, amendments of various types. And rather than kind of burying it at the end of Chapter 10, what we're proposing is to move it forward in two ways. One, to capture the idea of environmental justice in the equity guiding principle. And the other is to take those details that are currently in Chapter 10 and move them into a policy of their own.
Okay.
So I definitely hear your...
What other examples, so environmental justice, what are some other areas that you were doing similar? I mean, equity, what are a few other areas where you were trying to reduce redundancy and bring to the surface offhand?
We can talk about that maybe in the Chapter 110 split. But that's probably the most substantive policy piece that we felt like needed to be made more prominent in the plan.
Gary?
I really like the statement in C3, the implementation guidance. Finding against the guiding principles are intended to support transparency and multi-objective decision-making but not be so cumbersome, blah, blah, blah. So I think that's a really nice statement of what you're trying to accomplish. Against that, I want to ask a couple of questions. To what degree would quasi-judicial processes be exempt from consideration of guiding principles and policies?
Our current proposal is that they'd be exempt.
Okay.
This would only apply to legislative.
And why would we want to do that? Why would we want to allow a hearings officer, for example, to make a decision that's inconsistent with the overall legislative activity expressed in the comp plan?
So we're thinking two things. One, that a quasi-judicial request for a comp plan map amendment, which is really the only type that would
Right, it's
have to make findings,
property-oriented.
would have to make findings against the applicable goals and policies, but that they wouldn't have to make findings against the guiding principles. And that's for two reasons. One, that the guiding principles are expressed in many ways in the goals and policies, so we felt like they are informing and informed by what we have in the remainder of the document. The other is just a practicality that we, especially given the fact that we have to create a whole guidance document so that staff can understand how to make appropriate findings, we felt like that was a pretty big ask for a quasi-judicial applicant at this point. This is something that could change in the future potentially if we had ways to apply it to those types of land use processes. But our recommendation at this point is just to apply to legislative projects.
That's really helpful to hear the part on the burden on the applicant. Would staff, however, evaluate the application relative to the guiding principles and refer that then as part of the background to the hearings officer?
It's something we hadn't considered.
I think one way to look at it is if we've done our job with the legislation already incorporates the guiding principles, so that if the applicant shows that they've met the legislative criteria, then they've met the guiding principles.
That's exactly our thinking. So if we get the policies right, the quasi-judicial has to apply those policies. We start to see a pattern of circumstances where it's not right, we have an issue to bring back and sort of recalibrate a policy through a legislative process. And it's a matter of scale. Like our projects, these legislative projects tend to be larger in terms of the number of properties they affect, or they could be whole area plans. And a quasi-judicial is a single decision, often a single piece of property.
Okay. Maggie?
And one.
Go ahead.
Mike.
Hold on. Let's finish with Gary first, and then I'll go to Maggie, and then I'll get to you, Mike.
Okay.
My other question is, I understand the practicality of why not to implement or why not to incorporate the guidance into the plan and the challenges for revision, but can there be some process whereby the PSC is briefed on or has an opportunity to review the implementation guidance, really for consistency with the overall intent of the comp plan?
Yeah, I think that's quite reasonable. Yes.
Maggie? Oh, where's my going?
We're just gonna switch. We're just gonna switch from now on. It's okay. We're set in stone now.
Make sure we're all still awake and alive.
Okay. All right, back to guiding principles. So what I was going to ask a bit ago, but I believe Joe's already answered, is what the original intent was for putting it in there, because you obviously intentionally put it in there for a reason, and it's sort of a new section. What I now understand is that was to maintain compliance with the Portland plan. But subsequently, after the development of the rest of the comp plan, you feel like there's enough compliance with the Portland plan embedded in each of the goals and policies inside the comp plan, so this extra section is not required to be called out in this way. Is that what you said?
Parts of it. Yes, so it is here to carry forward the comp plan the Portland plan into the comprehensive plan. The intention of keeping them in the comprehensive plan, even though the goals and policies embody the guiding principles, is to make sure that we're very clear that we have these multi-objective intentions, that you can't kind of pick and choose goals and policies from throughout the plan and lose track of these larger, broader principles of the plan.
Mike? Or did you have a follow-up?
So
Teresa?
when you say that, though, then you mean you want to leave them in.
Yes.
But didn't you just say you wanted to take them out and put them in a separate guidance document?
No, what we're proposing to do, that's understandable. We're saying we're not treating them exactly like the rest of the policies, which apply to quasi-judicial and legislative. So we have those two kinds of decisions we make. We're only going to apply them to the legislative. We control that process. You all control that deliberation. It's sort of it's an innovation in the plan, honestly, that we're not 100% that we think is perfectly legitimate with the amount of discretion that the Oregon land use system gives legislative decision makings and deliberations at this commission and deliberations at city council. So we didn't want to lose that. The multi-objective thinking was such an important principle in the Portland plan. We've tried to build it into the comprehensive plan. One of the things that we've struggled with most, I think, in the comprehensive plan was when you start taking multi-objective pieces apart and putting them in a format that you can run through a land use system, the connections between those policies start to get a little bit tangential and you can't see the whole picture. So the main purpose was so we all can keep in mind the whole picture that started us down this path, which was drawn from the Portland plan. Our staff work back to you all as a deliberating body, and then the message that we pass on to city council around legislative items will still embody that thinking. But when we're making parcel by parcel decisions about quasi-judicial map changes, we got the policies right, that should work. We don't have to do that. And these are complicated, multidisciplinary thinking is complicated and messy. And that's why we want to create a manual, because the practice of how we do that is going to evolve. And so it'll just be constantly updated to say, here's our best thinking about practical ways to bring evidence to you all that can show how we've considered those multi-objective issues.
But you want the manual outside of the comp plan?
Correct.
Okay.
And Teresa, it's like a stormwater regulation and the stormwater manual.
Great. Good. Mike, you had a comment?
Actually, I'm really pleased to and agree with the statement that Joe just made. One of the major weaknesses of the state planning program and process is that it does tend to create boxes and tends to move us away from the multi-objective approaches. And having asked the question, I was satisfied with staff reply, and I don't have any problem with what's being proposed, but I would definitely like to see this guidance document elevated in some way, so that it does have some legs, some life, and it's given some more importance than simply a document that might wind up being relegated to the shelf and not actually utilized. So the staff made a couple suggestions, and I would strongly support memorializing it in some way that would give it a lot of strength. And I'm comfortable with what I'm hearing.
Okay. We're going to have to cut it off. I would just echo what Mike said about trying to elevate that, this policy, and to give it more credibility somehow. And so the decision on this one is, I would think would be modified with what you've heard today. Yeah. Is that appropriate?
Yes. So with the determining how to elevate it somehow, and we also heard a suggestion that it be reviewed by this commission.
And if I could get more explicit, upon adoption of the comprehensive plan, we have a period while it's at review at the state. We're going to develop this book of practices to implement the guiding principles, and we're going to bring those back to you all for your review to make sure we got it right. And periodic, and it'll be an evolving document, but it'll be under the control of the commission and direction back to staff.
Question. So are we continuing the discussion in terms of staff is going to draft language to clarify what we think balance means, and then we're going to talk about whether or not that resolves our concerns, or?
Yeah, we're moving on, I think, to E.
Just
Is
making
that
sure.
correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Still in this
Yeah, we still have
We're still in this memo. We're
10
still.
more minutes or so on this memo.
You said we were moving on.
No, well, we're moving on from C to E, right?
Yes, E, organization of chapters 1 and 10. I really like. Yep.
Did you have a question, Howard?
We're closing this out. Joe made it more clear to me than ever around the fact that this document is kind of a lens or guiding voice of the Portland Plan. And I'd like, in the review of the language, to refer to that part of this document is going to be definitely what we'll use. The Portland Plan will be part of what this document will be used for, pardon me, by definition, by reference.
Could I ask one question? What is the time horizon of the Portland Plan? Does it have review, changes, like the comp plan?
It's really a different kind of plan. It was a strategic plan for the city that tried to identify a more limited set of strategies, and it has no real sort of legal status. Its status is embodied in, so far, primarily the creation of the Office of Human Rights and Equity. These equity lenses and the equity practices that have been brought to all the city bureaus that they're embracing on their own, the incorporation of Portland Plan thinking into the budget process on an annual basis. And the Bureau is committed to bring a sort of a periodic update of what kind of progress we're making on that Portland Plan. Ideally, we would do that in this fiscal year or the next fiscal year. We're sort of tied up with a comprehensive plan right now, but it is that kind of guidance document. This has a lot more status because it will be adopted by City Council and have this formal role in the land use decision. Yeah. Okay. The adoption incorporating this Portland Plan thinking into the comprehensive plans is, from our Bureau of Planning and Sustainability point of view, one of the main ways that we try to ensure its continued implementation.
Okay. Discussion item E, organization of chapters 1 and 10. These recommendations really come from just the iterative nature of this process. As we're going back and looking at the plan again, it appears that there are some ways we could improve the organization and improve the clarity and readability of these two chapters. So our proposal generally is to make chapter 1 really about the plan itself, what's in it, what its components are, what the implementation tools are, and then how you amend and administer the plan in the future. Right now, there's pretty detailed administration sections in Chapter 10. They're organized by type of document. So there's a whole section on amending the comp plan map, for example. What we're proposing to do is to streamline that by creating more generalized policies that still capture all of the content, but just avoid the duplication across the chapter. What that means is that at the end of the day, Chapter 10 is left primarily with the land use designations and the application of zoning. So it's really much more tied down to the map itself and is located immediately adjacent to the comp plan map. So there's some, there's some nice, I guess, structure there that those two things are back to back.
Questions? So this relates to the question that was presented earlier by Maggie, who said about the environmental justice and moving that section, the redundancy will be moved up, correct?
Right, so that, like I said, is the only really substantive one that we're saying we need to make an actual policy about this.
Okay.
The others are things like, for example, it says, make sure that amendments are consistent with statewide planning goals in every single section. Instead, we're saying, you know what, maybe we ought to have one policy that says, make sure amendments are consistent with statewide planning goals. So it's really a
So there's both.
editorial change.
So there's both a policy on environmental justice issues, and then it's also in the guiding principles.
Correct.
Okay.
Other questions?
This is one where seeing the markup down the road will probably make this pretty clear.
Okay.
Okay, so comfortable with that one. All right, the final piece in this memo is about metrics and targets. We did get some testimony requesting the addition of more measurable metrics or goals in the plan. We have two sources of such metrics. The Portland plan had the 12 measures of success, and then our gross scenario report that was part of the comprehensive plan process also included a variety of measures related to land use choices. So our proposal is to add a metrics page to promote stronger accountability in the plan. This would likely be located up towards the front of the plan in the section called About the Plan, and it would be generally inclusive of both the Portland plan measures, the gross scenario report measures, and then additional measures that have been added to goals and policies throughout the plan. So we try to have an accounting of those measures and targets in one place.
Questions? Go ahead.
On page 9, under the gross scenarios report, greenhouse gas emissions, vehicle miles traveled are referred to, and I guess this might apply elsewhere. But at any rate, we have an adopted climate preparation strategy and updating the climate action plan, and there are other issues related to climate change that definitely need metrics, and so I would just question why at some point I think we need to bring in the climate preparation strategies and regarding resiliency. And I guess another observation would be I'd be curious what the existing comprehensive plan contains with regard to metrics. And are there metrics in the current comp plan that might be appropriate to consider bringing forward into the current process, the update?
I think to the extent there were metrics included in the existing comprehensive plan, they're embedded within policy statements, and those policy statements have been revisited, modified, and drafted as, changed as part of this comprehensive plan process, and potentially are now integrated into the new policy proposals and metrics you see on page 10 and 11.
One of the this is another bringing Portland plan thinking into this plan, and just, good thinking is the use of metrics in the current comprehensive plan is kind of spotty. And it depends on the generation that it was developed, and some have them and some don't. We all, of course, have the overall metrics of households and jobs. So this is trying to get more systematic about it.
Chris?
So I'll make probably a similar comment to one I made during the Portland plan process when we're talking about metrics, which is that if we do a metrics document, we have to have some way to have it be a living document, right? And we'll have a goal, but we also need to reflect current state and how we're moving along towards the goal. And I think I suggested during the Portland plan process and got agreement from the staff, and I assume I will again, that the best way to make a living document is to tie these metrics into the Portland Pulse effort, which is the regional benchmarks effort, and make sure that they're tracking the things we think are important, and that that we're in some way tying the things they think are important into our planning processes. So I assume that conversation is happening at some level.
You bet. Mike?
Yeah, Portland Pulse removed every environmental indicator.
Oops.
I got your attention.
Are you aware of that?
I was not, so.
Yeah, well, they have. And we put 2 years of work into it. So, at least in that arena, I would not rely on the Portland Pulse at all. And I think we need to be, again, looking at every opportunity, including the current comp plan. Well, for example, under the Growth Scenarios Report, again, tree canopy and watershed health is referred to. There's nothing about biodiversity, nothing about climate preparation, resiliency. I'm just saying that there are other metrics out there that we need to be considering to add to this chart.
A question I have about the matrix, I guess, is these are more roll-ups, are they not? And I go back to, in the Portland plan, in an early version of there was a big matrix of all the neighborhoods with, I think there was about 30 or 40 different categories, and including environmental, a lot of breakdowns of individual ones. And this is more of the 12, which are kind of rolled up to say, if you measure these, you're probably doing well down below on a lot of levels. So I'm trying to make sure that that statement's true, that if we're doing well at these 12, some of the lower things that maybe Mike and I would be concerned about in terms when you talk about prosperity and some things would probably be included in some of those other things that roll up into prosperity. Because prosperity is a broad range of a number of issues that get to that measurement of prosperity.
Yes, I'd agree that the Portland Plan measures are intended to be more of indicators than comprehensive metrics on every goal and objective that was outlined in that plan.
Okay.
And so, when you look at the Portland Pulse, the narrative behind this high-level indicator includes a lot of those sub-indicators and other pieces of information that round out the story, that may actually be updated sort of on a different time, that may show movement on a different time scale than the overall indicator, so you can fill in a better understanding of what's really going on and what's rolling up into that high-level indicator. The metrics that we've included in the proposed plan, we're really just trying to take the Portland Plan metrics over and not really rethink them whole cloth since they came out of the Portland Plan and just apply them here. So part of, in response to what Commissioner Houck's asking is on, I guess, specifically the issue of climate readiness, we could take a look at whether those Portland Plan indicators are adequate enough or if something needs to be added. But we really were trying to just stay the course with the Portland Plan indicators and roll those forward.
Okay. Is there not a opportunity, does not council review these each year?
The Portland Plan indicators?
Yes.
No, the city council, some are rolled into the measures that get reported in the budget process, but as a whole, not yet. That's part of what our update report needs to be to city council. One thing about those Portland Plan indicators is that they don't necessarily move every year, that their periodicity is a little bit greater than that. So that's why a Portland Plan progress report is really necessary to be able to get into the details more so you can really see what's going on.
Just a sec. Hold on, Mike. Gary?
I like the idea of adding some more metrics, but I'm a little unclear as to how adding more metrics improves accountability. And so what leadership is really embracing this and saying, these are my measures, I take accountability for whether or not these are achieved, then that may or may not be an appropriate thing to do. But how does this really fit into accountability? Because we often see metrics coming out that say, well, we fell 40% short of our goal in housing, for example. What's really the accountability? And, I think the real question is, can we move beyond just reporting results into working this into a system where there is accountability? And maybe that's the city budget, the metrics process with city budget, or, is my question making sense?
No, if I can jump in, it's making perfect sense. And the straightest answer I can give is that the full ownership of these metrics is with the Planning and Sustainability Commission in our work on the comprehensive plan. So that these are part of that. And so this body is the keeper of those metrics. It's also our ability to advocate for those back into City Council. This comprehensive plan will be adopted by City Council, so there's going to be some acknowledgement of those metrics. We'll take the responsibility to keep reporting on the progress of the comprehensive plan in terms of those metrics, whether or not future city councils or how broad the overall, how the stickiness of that commitment outside of the comprehensive plan and the Planning and Sustainability Commission is a little bit hard to dictate. But this is that place. This is the body that tries to keep those relevant and actually considers in the future whether or not something else needs to be added or it needs to be changed because of a change in circumstance.
Mike?
Back to Joe's comment, the climate preparation strategies came along quite a bit after the Portland plan was adopted. So I would just suggest that that is an area that we should be looking at.
Okay. Catherine?
So in general, I totally support the concept of metrics and staff's proposal. What I'm confused about by the staff report is in the list of goals and policies at the bottom of 10 and starting at 11, are you stating those are the only goals and policies in this document that have metrics that relate to them? And that kind of shocked me if that's the case. And I guess just have we really comprehensively gone through all the goals and policies and determine where metrics should be applied or not applied. And I don't know, I guess I'll leave it at that as a general question. I was just shocked by it. It seemed like a very short list.
And actually our intent at the beginning of the process of developing the plan was to generally not include metrics or targets because of some of the issues we've talked about today, that they can change over time as progress changes, and to really include them where there was a very specific need or desire or application to that policy, a reason for including that metric. So I think that's why you're seeing the smaller number.
So I guess my comment on that would be I'd obviously wait to see the metric that gets developed as we go to look at that. Or is this what you're proposing? Is this example right here? And I guess if this is it, then I'm not quite there yet. It's confusing to me. I'm not sure how you're going to end up bundling all this, is I guess what I'm getting at. And then
yeah. So what would be in the plan would be a next iteration of this, displayed in a different manner and incorporating the actual indicators from the Portland Plan and the Growth Scenarios report, I think is the proposal on the table.
I just want to add something Gary mentioned in a general way, and that's the word accountability. These are all interesting ideas, but the word accountability, I think, needs to kind of persuade through this whole issue about what do we mean and how do we intend to use the word accountability, if we can.
Okay.
Yep. Any other questions? I'm concerned about I guess I was kind of reaching for and asking the question, is council doing this? Because it is an issue of accountability. Just publishing the matrix on a website, that's not accountable. I mean, that's people know about it, but I guess we have the opportunity to look at it, and so somehow that this body should be accountable to these and taking a look at it annually, biannually. I don't know what the timeline is, but if we're going to be responsible to make the changes, we got to know that there's change happening, and we need to at least look at it, and we can alert council if there's a problem. But I'm less desirable to publish it if we're not accountable. I mean, from that standpoint. Yeah, Joe.
So if I could suggest, or just to help frame up what I think we're hearing, is that we're going to explore, we're going to flesh out this set of metrics so you all can see it and see if it still seems wanting or if it's holding up for the purposes of this commission primarily tracking the progress of the comprehensive plan. We'll take a look at, in doing that, also how we might and under what period keep that information on a regular basis in front of the Planning and Sustainability Commission as at least our starting place, because it's going to be, as you just said, Chair Baugh, sort of the first level of accountability about holding ourselves to these metrics is here. So we can bring that package back, and you can see it. And in that package, we'll take a look at the adaptation plan and see if there's something we should add to be responsive to Commissioner Houck. And then we'll come back and take a look at the whole thing and see if it holds up.
Okay. Go ahead, both of you.
At the same time.
Not the same time. Same time. Go ahead, Maggie.
Mine's just a thought. I guess it's. I'm looking at these metrics, and obviously they're numerical because that's an easy way to measure targets. But what about those goals and targets that are a little bit less quantifiable? Say neighborhood agreements. I know I made a comment on that, and I think we'll table that. That's supposed to be tabled for later. But I just wanted to put a thought out in terms of something that would be more comprehensive than just numeric agreements. That maybe it's more of a qualitative assessment regarding progress on certain agreements.
Michelle?
So question in terms of how the metrics might be used. If I'm an applicant for a quasi-judicial amendment and I have to show compliance with the Portland plan and I want you to balance the policies in a way that goes the direction I want, could I potentially say, if you look at your metrics, I move you forward on 9 out of 10 of these, so on balance, I'm a good thing? Is that a potential use of it?
I think certainly in making a finding against one of the policies that includes a metric, an applicant or a staff proposal could include information on how it's moving it forward. Whether they decide to make the case of how that balances proposals and whether this commission or city council considers that in the same way is I think, a different piece of the discussion. Okay, so we're at time. I just wanted to quickly summarize. It sounded like we got to a 1 or 2 accept and modify on all of the large discussion items. I'm at the end of my agenda item. We didn't touch on the rest of the consent list, and so somehow it would be great to know if there were any other items that commissioners are interested in.
Before you get there, I want to make sure, Catherine, are we going to get to your question? Did they get to your question of expanding?
Thanks for checking. I think just seeing the next round, we'll probably have a better feel for where they're going.
Okay.
Until we see that, it's hard for me to know.
Okay. So consent agenda, has anybody looked at it? And more importantly, does anybody have anything that they'd like to take off?
You
Gary?
talking about this?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Just tell us which ones you want to take off.
It's environmental justice.
Environmental justice.
And were we going to come back, Michelle, were we going to come back and talk about that in another venue, or is now the time?
No, there isn't, at this point, additional time
So we'll
slated for
remove
that.
number 5.
Number 5.
Other ones that you would like to remove? They'll come back and talk about number 5 at a later date.
Okay.
Other ones that you would like to take off?
So just to make sure I'm clear, we talked a little bit about the environmental justice proposal within the guiding principles part of this discussion. That is solely what's embodied in this consent item.
Oh, okay. I think our issue may be around the strength of the language.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other items people may have?
The ones I was concerned about, we've already discussed.
Okay, so we could leave them on the consent agenda. Any other items?
Great.
So we're good with all the consent agenda items except for number 5.
Great. Thank you so much for your time today.
Michelle? Yeah, we start from the large side. Consequences.
Okay, I'm back to focus on the centers and corridors portion of our work session today. And similar to Michelle's agenda item, we have a series of distinct questions kind of framed out for you with a number of choices within each one. So we're going to go the same kind of process, go through each one, have a discussion about it, and then summarize what we heard. And Bill is going to be taking notes and helping me with that. At some point during my presentation, too, one of my items is about the relationship of this discussion to our mixed-use zoning project. And I'm going to have Barry Manning join me and do a brief few slides on that when we get to that. But I'll start out with the centers and corridors piece, and I have to get to the right slide first. Okay. So again, like Michelle, I'm going to go through a series of questions, and on the screen is the first one. But before I do that, I just want to highlight that we have A through E in this agenda, and we're going from big picture to small stuff. So starting with the bigger picture of the urban design framework and some of the citywide diagrams that we did about how we intend to grow. And then we work our way down to how did we apply that or translate that into the comprehensive plan map that's before you. Then we get into some more specific questions like what is our investment strategy in these centers and corridors? How does it relate to the zoning code we're developing? And what about this issue of gentrification and displacement, and where are we headed with that right now, at least as it relates to centers and corridors? And I should note on that last question that we'll also return to gentrification and displacement issues when we get into the residential agenda, which is a couple work sessions in your future. So we're not going to resolve that question tonight, but it's kind of the commercial aspect of it anyway, is what we're going to touch on tonight. So the first question is at a higher level, and it is how and where we want to grow, is that articulated correctly in the plan? And I'm going to describe that right now in a sort of simplistic way as a 30-50-20 strategy, whereas we've designed the comprehensive map at a big picture level to accommodate 30% of our residential growth in the central city, largely by not touching the central city yet. It has existing zoning that can accommodate approximately that share of the growth. Another 50% in this centers and corridors strategy, either on major corridors or in centers like Hollywood or Hillsdale or St. John's. And then the remaining 20% out in the residential zones, in primarily single-family residential zones. So that's the biggest picture sort of statement about how we intend to grow that we have in this plan. And then when you get down below that, and I have a few graphics, one of the things that was attached to my report was this diagram, which is an update to some figures that were in Chapter 3 of the draft plan. And our intent would be to take this drawing and update those figures per the changes we're recommending here. And that's sort of the core of this first question is, by asking that first question, are we explaining where we want to grow adequately? We're basically asking, does this revised diagram get us closer than the last version you saw? And so I'm going to highlight a few high-level changes in that drawing by way of explaining how we're proposing amendments. And these are illustrated in your in that first list. But before I go into that list, I'm going to first finish the discussion of how we got to this point. We also introduced a new set of maps, and this is sort of the cover sheet of that. A lot of people asked during the hearings process, well, how do I know if I'm in a center, and how big are these centers? Do they have geography? They're circles. When you look at a diagram like this is not a map, it's a diagram. So it's not you're not supposed to be able to zoom into this kind of a map and tell whether your property is in or out. But we felt the need, for clarity's sake, and when you're actually applying this policy from a particular location, you're going to have geography. So you need to know whether a particular policy about centers is applicable or not to you. And so we've released what we call a provisional centers map, which is a collection of boundaries to these centers that do go down to the parcel level. And largely there's two kinds of these. Some of these are already adopted. For example, the Hollywood Plan District or the St. John's Plan District or the Gateway Plan District. Those are already legislatively adopted boundaries that council has embraced, and those places have definition. Some of these other centers are not adopted at that level, and we'd call them provisional. And what we did in that case is essentially draw a line around the mixed use and multifamily zoning that surrounds that place. And it was a fairly non-discretionary process, except for where they're close together. We had to kind of say where the one center ends and one begins. But so that's what we did at this place. And the intent would not be to automatically start changing zoning in any of these places because of this map. But it's a map that can evolve going forward as we do local planning. But it gives us a framework to start that conversation. And so we're not purporting that these are perfect or the end game in those boundaries, but it's a starting place. Another concept that is in this high-level diagram, and I'll go back to this first sheet I saw, is this idea of the inner area around the central city. And I'm not sure if this is a perfect term for it, but we've called it the inner ring in the policy document. And it really means the innermost neighborhoods immediately around downtown, essentially the places that you can take a 5-minute bus ride into downtown or pretty much walk to the central city from these neighborhoods. They, we believe, have kind of a special role in our growth strategy. And our comprehensive plan map embodies that, but we don't think we've been particularly clear about it in these kind of diagrams. So this graphic is an attempt to kind of illustrate that issue. And then this more detailed map is just an illustration to help explain the concept. And this is a map, the colored dots on this map are multifamily developments of some kind. And what it illustrates is that the neighborhoods immediately around the central city are kind of eclectic places with a mix of historic multifamily and historic single family. They have a uniform kind of history going back in time of, when you look at Buckman and Elliott and Northwest and Layer Hill, these are all places that are kind of part of that original 1900s city, even before streetcar. And so they have a common history and a common form that is not so linear as the corridors when you get out further. The corridors here are close together and they blend together, and there's often multifamily mixed in the spaces between, along with some really important historic architecture, single family and multifamily architecture. And so we're trying to create a common term for these places so that we can build policy around the unique issues of those areas of the city. There are also places that were heavily impacted by freeway building in the last century, and they're also heavily impacted by a lot of surface parking lots that were built in the last century. So they're, to use an urban design term, the fabric of these places is often a bit disrupted from the last century's changes in how we get around in our transportation system. And so there's a certain amount of opportunity to reconstruct and rebuild that fabric and fill in the gaps that have been created in those areas. And it is those places that presents a lot of growth opportunity in places like the Conway District, for example, or in areas of along Northeast Sandy Boulevard, for example. So tremendous amount of growth opportunity, but also a lot of resource in those places. So that's kind of our explanation, and there was an addendum to this staff report that walks through some potential policy framework that we would introduce into Chapter 3 to beef up that description. And again, this is in response to a variety of questions and testimony that we got about that concept and whether it was coming through clearly in the plan. But what it does, going back to this diagram, it again does reflect the fact that we have allocated and built a comprehensive plan map that allows for significant continued development in these innermost neighborhoods. And that is a policy choice that we're asking you to confirm by way of our overall growth scenario. And on page, the first really commission direction point or decision point related to this is going back to my first question is, have we articulated this growth scenario right in terms of the 30, 50, 20? And then are we correct in how we've displayed these? And we can move into individual dots on that map in a minute. But my first question really is to get your reflection on that overall prescription about that allocation and this concept of the inner ring. So I'll stop for a moment and encourage some discussion.
Questions?
Yeah.
Comments? Yeah, Gary?
Yeah. Eric, on page 7 of the briefing document, the bottom 2 paragraphs, you're talking about the central city scenario generally performing the best. And I'm wondering how much better did it perform, and with regard to what metrics?
They're the same metrics that we discussed in our last session because that's what's in the growth scenarios report that this commission reviewed, I think now 2 years ago.
So the stuff on carbon emissions, living wage jobs, reduced VMT, those metrics?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, those metrics. And that report is still on the web. We'll be bringing a revised version of that report back to you in April to circle back to see how our proposed plan does relative to all that. Yeah, that scenario where we focus more growth closer to the central city does better on things like transportation and carbon emissions, in part because that's what gets you the mode splits that are heavily transit and pedestrian oriented. There is a limit to how much we can affect behavior through growth, though, and one of the things we learned in the scenario report is it's a couple percentage points difference because the existing location of all the jobs and housing before we put on this growth is a much bigger effect on the 2035 performance of the city. So another way of saying that is, in order for growth to make a huge difference in these performance measures, we have to grow more because the fraction of growth versus existing isn't high enough to really make us move more than a couple percentage points either way on any of this.
Okay, so we're talking pretty small magnitude changes.
A couple percentages.
Okay, yeah.
Within the 25 years, if you multiply that out 100 or 200, then it starts to really add up. But within this 25-year plan, the amount of growth we're expecting, our performance as a city is still largely determined by what's already on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Did you take a look at metrics of affordability if you're concentrating most of the growth in an already dense area versus where land is less valuable? Did you take a look at that in this growth scenario?
Yeah, and we looked at the different, and this is something we'll get into in the work session coming up in a couple sessions about housing affordability and those issues, but we looked at affordability to different types of households And frankly, all of the scenarios we ran squeezed the bottom end of the spectrum in income, including this plan. And so that's why we're having a whole separate work session on what do we do about that issue. Land use by itself does not solve the affordability problem. What we are doing is by increasing the supply of housing, at least we're trying to keep up with demand and avoid extra price spikes because of shortages. But one of the things that this affects, though, is the balance between multifamily and single-family development. And we have expressed a policy desire in this plan to put affordable housing in opportunity-rich locations rather than putting them at the edge of the city where land is cheap. And that's, we'll discuss that policy choice in that future work session, but that affects this question. So that's not a full answer to your question, but it's kind of a placeholder thing that we need to keep on the agenda for that future work session.
I have no reason to question your percentages, but instinct tells me that the central city might be growing a little quicker than you're projecting. Am I off here? Isn't there what would I compare what you asked me to give it some kind of perspective? The central city growth in this number is a continuation pretty much of the last 20 years of central city performance and upping it a little bit. So it's not a radical departure from the kind of, fairly, if I could characterize probably one of the bigger successes of the last comprehensive plan, it was to really add housing to the central city. And, we've arguably succeeded well in that at the expense of some other issues. But this plan proposes to continue essentially that volume of central city growth. But what's happening that's different in this plan is we're also seeing stronger growth in the corridors outside of the central city than we did in the last 20 years.
So Howard, basically this plan is doubling the residential development in the central city today. So that's about the scale.
Yeah. The goal is, this number equates to 30,000 more households, and there's, like Joe said, there's roughly 30,000 now.
Yeah, I support the percentage mixes that are laid out. I'll say that. I think it really is going to provide good diversity, a lot of different housing types, different scale, and in different places. And I think it places the density where our infrastructure is best, in particular on transportation, but I'm also thinking of walk distance to schools, park systems, everything else. So I'm in favor of the mix. I think it's on target.
Chris?
So I'm generally supportive of the strategy. I have a couple of questions. One is the 20% dispersed development too much? Should we try and curtail that some more and get more into the centers and corridors? And then the other question would be, do we have enough centers? Are there opportunities to create centers over time that would bring more of the population into that 20-minute radius of a center? And then I want to specifically raise the question of Linton, because I asked to pull that off the consent list. Linton is an interesting case, and I have history with this because I was a neighborhood association officer in Northwest, and Linton is part of our coalition, and watched them go through the process of trying to develop a community plan and then have it shot down at City Council. And now they're requesting a neighborhood center designation, and we're saying, no, you're not going to make it. So we have a community that wants to be more complete, and we're not giving them an avenue to get there. And I understand we have some good reasons why, but I feel the frustration of that set of folks who are trying to make it happen.
Yeah. Well, maybe to take both of those questions one at a time. Your first question was about
why
is
allow
20% too high?
dispersed?
And I think that gets to the household types that we project in the future. While we've made a pretty big shift over the last decade or two towards multifamily development, there is an ongoing need for single-family development in the city. And so when we look at the different household mixes that are out there, we still do need single-family development, especially at the affordable end, the small kind of infill lot end or the accessory dwelling unit end, and that 20% does include accessory dwelling units. I think that's our calculation of if you go too much below that, you start to put price pressure on that, and that's
The market will kick us in the teeth.
just because we don't zone it doesn't mean people won't still desire it, and there's a market imbalance that could occur. So we would be cautious about going too far beyond the 20%.
Okay.
You have enough single family in the current, there's enough single family zoning in the current comprehensive plan map and zoning map to supply that 20%. Not much above that. And that could be an issue if the demand goes there. Right now it's not, but we believe that there still is enough of that.
Eric, you mentioned
Well, if you
if
follow
you
up
go-
with the second question, which was the more
Yeah.
centers question.
Yeah, so in that, our Portland plan goal was to have, I think it was 80% of the geography of the city or the people of the city be within walking distance of a center, or in a complete community kind of situation. And the reason we didn't pick 100% there is that there are some parts of the geography of the city where it just isn't cost effective to build at that density. The gaps on the center's map primarily correspond to hilly, difficult terrain with environmental constraints where we don't necessarily want to create an incentive to densify some of those areas. They will continue to have infill, and some of that 20% goes there. And yes, those people may have to drive to the supermarket instead of walk, but on balance, that's, I think, an acceptable policy solution. Given where we want to go, it has to do with the cost of building urban services in some of those areas.
What percentage did this get us to?
We are still calculating that, and that's part of the update to the scenarios report in April. That's why we want to do that before you vote on this, because we want you to know that answer.
Right, so I'd like to know that this gets us close to 80. And then do you want to address Linton now, or do we have time reserved for that later?
In a few minutes, we'll transition to that, so hold that thought for 10 minutes
thank
maybe.
Gary?
You had mentioned, did I hear you right, Eric? You had mentioned you get some market imbalance if you go less than 20% of the growth in the residential sector.
The supply of single-family residential zoning is just above what we project the forecast is. So if you were to push that down, you'd be supplying less than what we're predicting is the need.
Okay.
Other questions? Michelle?
So quick question, is student housing part of that 30%? And if so, like how much of it?
That's a good question. I may have to get back to you on that.
Other questions? I have just a couple of comments. It seems that, I guess I'm in favor of this, but, it really is a but, because it ties into two things that I see is that the housing strategy becomes really critical, and especially downtown. And if we're going to have this on-balance policy that people can live anywhere in the city or have an opportunity to do that, downtown's going to, housing policy's probably going to be a big fight. I just see it coming. And transit. When I look at East County, I look at transit, and so the TSP needs to support what clearly downtown has enjoyed, a transit-rich environment so that people could get around on transit. It made it a desirable neighborhood to be downtown. And when you look at the growth, you had growth, I think, attributable to a transit-rich environment. And if we're going to have the growth out into the neighborhoods, the transit policy needs to support that and the investment strategy. So I don't know that those two policies, I look to support this growth scenario. And if they don't, then I start having problems. How do you get here when you don't have, the buses and the trains, and you don't have the affordable housing to do that? And you still may get the growth, but is that then the city that addresses the policies that we wanted?
Right. Yeah, I agree. That's the crux of it.
Crux of it, yeah.
Follow up on that, does K through 12 existing resources support this split?
We have coordinated, there's 2 school districts that are sort of the biggest ones affected by our growth decisions, Portland Public, obviously, and David Douglas. And you have a session about David Douglas because they are struggling with that growth issue. Portland Public Schools has a facilities plan that we were involved with coordination on, and there are some individual school decisions in the central city that will come up. But as a district, they have responded that they can handle this scenario.
But for example, if you looked at the schools that are served by the central city, those limited number of elementary schools may not be able to support. this
Correct. They will
30%.
have to make potentially some adjustments to, and there could be school construction needs in some areas, but as a district, they've responded and reviewed this.
Howard?
Oh, do Andre's comments regarding transit relate to that map? Are they consistent?
I believe so, and part of the reason that one of the things I didn't talk about is why within that dotted circle around the central city there's shading in some areas and not in others, and that is intended to convey that there's that whole inner area is not all uniform. It's got some waves in terms of density and transit service, and that those rays, if you will, on the diagram are intended to convey that there's some corridors that lead into the central city that are related to our transit investments and services, and so that's.
Well, but shouldn't they be coordinated? I mean, growth is dependent on transportation.
Absolutely, and that's part of what you should be reviewing when the TSP project list comes together next month, and we've been at the table with PWAT talking about this, but the proof is in whether we've succeeded in that.
Nope.
So we could transition to the individual dot questions, starting with Linton if we want to build off of Chris's question. And I believe your question was, why not Linton? Why not a neighborhood center in that location?
When they've asked for it specifically.
Right, and so staff's response was to recommend against that, and our logic is a couple. One, back to what I said earlier, which is that there are some significant environmental and topographical constraints in Linton that really are going to prevent a large opportunity for a huge amount of growth. There's infill potential, and certainly we want to make that a better place as a neighborhood core. But the volume of growth that's appropriate there is limited by the topography. Our other concern has to do with just basic the public health and safety issues of that is in the middle of our industrial, or surrounded on several sides by the industrial sanctuary, and there's oil terminals there. That was sort of the crux of the neighborhood, of the council's issue when the neighborhood plan came up before, and so I think it's the same logic that while we certainly support making Linton a more vibrant neighborhood center in the colloquial sense, we were uncomfortable labeling it that, which signals more growth.
Mm-hmm. So absent the designation, what tools are we going to have for them in the comp plan to help them make it a stronger place?
I think they're continuing to, they will continue to be eligible and participate in programs that we have around neighborhood planning and local planning initiatives. So, there's not, because something is not a center doesn't mean we're going to walk away from planning in those places. There's also, they're not currently a PDC designated area. Not being a center doesn't rule that out necessarily.
Right, but I look at our resource prioritization matrix, and they won't fall anywhere that's going to get prioritized to get resources, right?
Could be an issue that. Joe, did you have any other?
The opportunity, the real opportunity for significant growth there is small, and then there's the constraints that Eric was talking about, which is what we struggled with last time. Honestly, it was, and I think that's where City Council came down on that issue. Just a lack of comfort with seeing it as a much larger place. So it's working within the limitations of the size it is today, and the kind of things that probably are most relevant for it are what we can do for economic revitalization along that part of the harbor, and safety on Route 30.
Unless there are other questions about that, I will.
Catherine?
Well, I have one that's not Linton so much as another dot. So
Okay.
are we moving on to new dots or still in Linton?
Yeah, and I have a couple other dots I want to talk about, but I can start with yours.
You go first. I'll see if you pick it up.
Well, we've had a lot of testimony about the Multnomah Village area, and so that's one that was on our list of let's talk about that. It is currently a Metro Main Street on the Metro 2040 map. That's a regional designation. It doesn't have the city has never directly implemented the 2040 plan in terms of designating centers and corridors until this new plan. And we're proposing, essentially in our mind, the neighborhood center is a translation of that Metro Main Street concept. If you recall back to the mixed use and the centers and corridors typology that we set up, there are small places up to big places, and the central city being the biggest place, and then small dispersed corners being the smallest, which aren't on this map at the citywide scale, but they still exist. So going up from the smallest corner, the smallest sort of recognized place on this citywide map is a neighborhood center. Then you move up to a town center and a regional center, which we have one being Gateway, and then up to the central city. So essentially, Multnomah Village is the smallest recognized sort of center that we have on this map currently. We set out in the Portland plan to have, hearkening back to the question of we want 80% of the city to be within walking distance of a designated center with a certain set of characteristics. And that includes a range of commercial services. It includes a range of housing choices. It is hilly around Multnomah, but is not anywhere near the kind of constraints that occur in some of the places like Linton. So I think we have a concern about taking that dot away because, one, it would imply a situation where a large swath of Southwest would not be within walking distance of a center. It also potentially implies that Multnomah aspires to be smaller than they are today, which is, we feel like the neighborhood center concept is essentially that scale of a place, is a village scale place, and that is the scale that we think Multnomah is at. And the designation as a neighborhood center does not imply upzoning necessarily. It has mixed-use development zoning there now. We don't have an agenda to change that in a significant way other than reaffirm and refine it through the mixed-use zoning project.
So if I recall the testimony, what they asked for was to be designated as a corridor rather than a center. What would the distinction be between the two in terms of how it would affect the policies that are applied?
There are a bunch of policies about complete services and housing choice and things that are linked to centers that would not occur then. At the map level, it would affect the type of zoning that is put there. And this isn't final because you still haven't approved the mixed-use zoning code, so it's a little hard to say whether it would be the same as the current zoning or a step downward. But right now, the draft concept that we have on the street would be that a neighborhood corridor in this kind of situation would get that lowest density mixed-use zone rather than the middle one. So again, not final, but it could affect which mixed-use zone they get. And that lowest density one is kind of smaller in scale than Multnomah currently is. And so we'd be worried about a mismatch of assigning zoning to something that's already developed to that middle level of scale. There's also a concern about does the center imply that we're going to upzone the area around it? And there isn't currently an automatic, that's not automatically going to happen. The growth, we can accommodate the projected growth without doing that by growing within that center. Whether future refinement plans that we may do in local areas, it's not off the table to do upzoning around centers, but there's not an agenda right now to do that in Multnomah.
Bill Cunningham, I just wanted to add one other note related to the centers. And part of the concept of centers was not just about growth. part of it was also looking at identifying places that are or intended to be places of focused activity and people, and recognizing that our transportation and other infrastructure systems need to support that. So I think part of the idea with Multnomah Village as a center is acknowledging it's not just an undifferentiated part of our 157 miles of corridors. It is a place of some focused activity and community orientation. We do need to make it easy for people to get there in terms of transportation improvements. You know, we have broad swaths of the city where transportation is lacking. We want to identify those places where people really need to get to by active transportation means or others. And just to highlight, as Eric was mentioning, neighborhood centers very much accommodate the land use pattern of development focused on the corridors with single family outside of those areas. That translates, as we're looking at these numbers, at something like 7 units an acre, which is not an especially high density. It's a fairly small neighborhood scale.
Other questions?
I just have 2 small questions, just for a point of clarification. High capacity transit, is that just anything over a bus?
That is connections that are region-wide, and Metro has a formal plan for high-capacity transit, but includes light rail or regional rapid bus.
Okay. And then when you say significant growth capacity, say number 10 Garden Home Neighborhood Center, do you have, I mean, is that just a projection, or do you have an actual threshold for growth capacity?
We referred in the policy document to 2 numbers, one for the neighborhood center and one for the town center. And I think Bill can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we said that the policy benchmark was around 3,500 households surrounding or within the neighborhood center kind of a village scale. And then, and as Bill said, that equates to fairly low density. The town center is being bigger with more of a 7,000 household. But that isn't a, as we were discussing before, it isn't a mandatory criteria or an absolute test. It's kind of a benchmark of judging what kind of a place something is. We don't have a quota to achieve that number necessarily.
I might just add that we did look at some of the numbers in terms of the number of people close to these center locations and what the capacity is. And Garden Home, for example, even including the Washington County areas nearby, had something like 900 households within a half-mile radius, compared to that 3,500 number that is really needed to support a really broad array of services. And the growth capacity beyond what's already there is not great. So a lot of it had to do with that, whether it really had the numbers of people or even the growth capacity to really serve as a broad range of services, kind of mixed-use district.
The other dot on the map that had significant and continues to have significant testimony is the way we're portraying the inner southeast Portland corridors, the Division, Belmont, Hawthorne corridors, and the East Burnside and Sandy corridors. So the affected neighborhoods include Richmond, Sunnyside, Buckman, Kearns, and there is somewhat of a range of opinions within those neighborhoods about what the right designation is. We started out designating a town center at Chavez and Hawthorne / Division Belmont in that general area, and the dot was fairly general. When you get down to the details, this is kind of a closer in map of that general area and shows the general sort of provisional boundaries of what we defined as that center. We got testimony from a number of angles. I think it's fair to characterize that we got some opposition from Richmond Neighborhood Association to that designation, probably partly in reaction to what they've been seeing on Division Street. We got some amount of positive testimony from Sunnyside and have had some testimony of concern since changing our recommendation. Also continue to get testimony of concern from Buckman about growth issues in general. Our recommendation, going back to this map, changed with this staff report, and it was to suggest well, we defined the inner ring more clearly. So these neighborhoods are still clearly within that area, which have a kind of a different character than the more outer neighborhoods. But we felt more comfortable designating a neighborhood center in this area, and we actually added a dot to the map at Kearns around Burnside and 28th to recognize that that also is an emerging center of gravity in that district. So the whole area is kind of an urban district, and so it's hard to define specific places. But part of the logic for a neighborhood center is these are fairly narrow corridors, and so the kinds of scale that we're talking about in Hollywood, which is a town center, Hollywood has a more defined area where there's an area where you could have taller buildings because it's not immediately adjacent to single family development. That's harder to find locations like that in Sunnyside without displacing single family. Although there are many property owners in Sunnyside that would be happy to see more mixed use development. So we think the neighborhood designation accomplishes that without unnecessarily creating anxiety about an even higher level of growth. But that's a judgment call. There are definitely, the other thing to point out about Inner East Portland is that if you go back to our 20-minute neighborhood map of where are the places with good accessibility to transit and services, Inner Southeast Portland is one of those places where all the different corridors kind of blend together and the whole district has good access. So, we continue to believe, and that's reflected by that shading on the map in that inner ring, that this is a good place for continued growth because of that proximity to the central city and good transit and good services. So by making it a neighborhood center, we're not suggesting it shouldn't grow.
Other questions? Teresa?
I don't have a question, but I like the extended ring. I think that really helps visually clarify what's going on.
Commissioner Houck said he was having trouble hearing, so I think we need to remember to speak into our mics.
Are there other dots that people had? Catherine?
There's also a comment about Macadam in, I believe that's number 13. And so I'm guessing you got some testimony regarding not wanting to be a center from the way I'm reading this, and if you could maybe.
Correct. We have left a neighborhood center on kind of not North Macadam or South Waterfront, but further south than that in the Johns Landing area, Willamette Park area. And we've also indicated that general corridor is one of those gray areas in the inner ring where there's a different kind of growth expected. And we did get testimony against that. We also, and this goes back to the linkage to the transportation plan, the transportation system plan draft and even the old transportation system plan before this year had potential streetcar in that corridor in the future. And so connecting the dots between transit and growth, we didn't feel it'd be appropriate to down designate or take that designation away, given that we're considering a pretty major transit investment in that corridor.
And in fact, to preview the TSP discussion, we'll have when we got both the staff experts and a group of stakeholders together to talk about, how you would rank potential streetcar corridors. Macadam came out the top of the list again in terms of the amount of development it was likely to incent. Is that correct?
Correct. Although, you're going to have a discussion of streetcar probably when we get to the TSP.
Sure we will.
And so we don't want to present that as a foregone conclusion,
right.
But we are at least trying to link our proposals together so that while there's potential streetcar and Macadam still on the table, we're showing land use that is consistent with that. And if streetcar goes away, we can more easily revisit this, but currently it's in that proposal.
Right.
So was the testimony you were receiving more related to concerns about growth and kind of upzoning? Or just, I guess that's what I was trying to get a handle on.
Well, I guess I would characterize it as, I'm not sure how to parse it any more detailed than that, but there was testimony that some folks would rather that not be a center.
Okay.
So, Hayden Island.
Hayden Island, we have left a dot on the map. We've left a dot on the map, and that's to acknowledge, and again, this is linked to the transportation discussion. Metro has the Columbia River Crossing Bridge and light rail extension on their regional transportation plan. And by extension, we will too, because we have to conform to Metro. And you can have a discussion of whether that's the right transportation investment, but as long as it's in the plan, there is a station area there and a neighborhood center potential. If you decide to not support that project, we would have to revisit that dot potentially because it wouldn't be supportable by the current transportation infrastructure because there's only one way.
What project are you talking about? The Columbia River Crossing?
That's the one.
Yeah, it's the.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you talking about?
Yes, Howard. So this dot up here, that dot is predicated on there being a light rail line to Jansen Beach in the future that goes on to Vancouver. Currently, that project is in doubt. But it's on our official plan. And so you need to, as a commission, to grapple with that.
Reality and I begin to part.
You need to grapple with that transportation issue. And Metro will have to grapple with that in 2018 when they update their regional transportation plan. But in 2014, they left it on.
Can I parse that a little bit? So you say that the dot is tied to the light rail station. By inference, are you saying the dot is not tied to freeway improvements?
It's tied to two things. I think it's tied to light rail or high-capacity transit in some form. And it's also tied to the fact that there needs to be a second way on and off that island. There was an arterial bridge as part of that larger project. And I think the neighborhood has a legitimate point that density on that island is questionable. Forget about the West Hayden Island discussion. The East Hayden Island growth plans, the neighborhood would say there's a concern there if there's not a second way on and off that island during an emergency. And that's, I sympathize with that argument, and I think that we would want to talk about that dot if you approve a plan without any additional infrastructure to get there.
Yeah, and I just make the point that a lot of people who opposed the hopefully now defunct bridge project support both of those things, a light rail connection and another way on and off the island. So,
and you could parse that apart when you have that discussion.
Hold on.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is there such a thing as a shaded sparkly dot that represents the fact that it is, highly dependent on something?
I think you could develop policy about a particular dot if you needed to in that. So there's ways to attach nuance to a particular location if there, you essentially are already doing that with the West Hayden Island question. So you could have policy about what to do in that situation.
Pull out a sheet of sparkly stickers.
No.
We'll pass those stickers out at the next session.
Okay.
Don't pay attention to this.
Yeah. Any other dots people would like to discuss?
Just on the topic of parsing out, does it make sense to have a dot on Hayden Island if the light rail just goes to there and not over into Vancouver?
Hold that question until you talk about the transportation system.
I will be happy to hold it. I was just building on what Chris was saying.
Yeah. So we're on question B.
Yeah, so we're going to now talk about how did we translate that map? Assuming you're happy with that map, did we correctly translate it down into the comp plan map? And if you recall, this is what the citywide comp plan map, the proposed draft, looks like at a citywide scale. So you can see the centers and corridors kind of on that map. And I'm going to go through a set of. First, I'm going to talk generally about some principles we applied when we made that translation, which are in the staff report, and then we're going to go one by one down into some of those decisions that we're discussing. Yeah, so this is the central city, and the yellow is single-family zoning, the light and the darker yellow. So the red and orange and blue represent the multifamily and mixed-use zoning, which you can kind of see is arrayed in different corridors. You can make out St. John's there as a different kind of place because it has multifamily and mixed-use zoning. You can see zoning on Hayden Island that we just talked about. You can see Gateway kind of stands out as it. So that's kind of the question is, when we get down to the nitty-gritty, did we translate those vague circles into the right map designation? So first, some general questions. First thing, or general statements. First thing to mention is that these designations on the comp plan map are about identifying place type. They're not necessarily about fine-grained sculpting of the urban design in a place. We're going to get to that with zoning. But so this illustrates it. The two circles on here, the one on the right is Lents, and the one on the left is Woodstock. Woodstock is a neighborhood center. Lents is a town center. So Lents was given that urban center designation in that darker red. Woodstock was given the neighborhood mixed-use designation in the pink. And again, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be more fine-grained zoning within Woodstock or Lents to respond to issues of local scale and transition. But the way we went about constructing this map is we applied a place type designation. So that's a principle that's a little different than the old comp plan that I want to get across. Well, it means, again, that the whole place was given one comprehensive planning designation within which you're allowed to have one of several zones. So it's a one to several relationship between the comp plan map and the zoning, which is different than the current comp plan, which has half a dozen comp plan designations and half a dozen corresponding zones, and less flexibility for that local sculpting. And it may become clear as we talk about the zoning what that really means. Second big principle, we already talked about the inner ring, but it affected how we drew the comp plan map. We applied the urban center designation on the comp plan map to town centers and the inner ring corridors. So the innermost areas, even if they were just a corridor, if they were close enough to the central city, they got that urban center designation. And that's to acknowledge the fact that just the form of the city is a little different in those innermost areas. And that was a policy choice to do it that way. Another note that relates to both the central city and Gateway is that the new mixed-use designations that we replaced all the old commercial designations with this simplified set of 3 mixed-use designations. We left Gateway and the central city alone. They still have the old central city comp plan designations that the central city plan will, when they get to the implementation details, will be considering updates to that zoning. But they have RX and CX, central commercial and central residential designations, and we did not change those with this project. We left those alone. The next concept I want to just note is that the issue, when we mapped all this, obviously we did some GIS work to apply those vague circles to individual parcels and can make that conversion. And there are some instances where we have a neighborhood center on a civic corridor. And a civic corridor was described as a larger boulevard that has potentially some larger buildings and larger scale than you might see on smaller corridors. And so we were trying to reconcile, is a neighborhood center bigger than a civic corridor or about the same in scale? And the way we reconciled that is that where a neighborhood center was on a civic corridor, it was given the civic corridor comp plan designation. And that's not to say that the neighborhood center, in this case, this whole Lombard corridor is a civic corridor, and this continues to be designated as a neighborhood center that could affect what zoning it gets. But at the comp plan level, the whole corridor is still a civic corridor. And that's a labeling process that we had to reconcile. Essentially, we decided that civic corridors and neighborhood centers are kind of the same scale. And so when you're on a civic corridor, if you're a neighborhood center, it has a lot of policy implications about trying to build a sense of place there. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to, you're not going to step down in scale when you enter the center necessarily.
I'm just a little confused about the corridor issue. Using Sandy or Burnside as an example, those are corridors that go the whole length of the city.
Correct.
And there are urban centers along the route. What's between them?
There's still a distinction, and this will play out in the zoning and in the policies about the spaces in between versus the centers. And again, it will play out in the zoning, but at the comp plan level, it's still all a civic corridor, and we had originally described civic corridors as being bigger than neighborhood centers. But what we're saying is when you have a neighborhood center that's on a civic corridor, it kind of adopts that scale. It's not smaller. It could even step up at some level, but it's not intended to be radically different.
But allows for areas along the corridor along the street that are not designated as centers to evolve.
They will still have significant growth too. That's kind of the definition of that civic corridor concept is these major streets, even when you're not in a center, there will be some significant growth. But we're still trying to designate centers along them because we want to build place, and we will do that a little bit through the zoning, and there are still specific policies that govern that. And we're still designating them because we want to communicate that idea. But just to, truth in advertising, the comp plan designation is all the same on that corridor, at least in the current proposal. You could tell us to change that, but that's what we did. We also made some manual adjustments after we did that process of conversion, and I want to highlight two examples of that. One was in a few places, like Delta Park, for example, that's currently zoned commercial, and our automatic kind of conversion of this to mixed use would have placed a mixed use zone there. We didn't think that was appropriate given the geography. It's largely kind of auto-oriented commercial and mixed in with some light industrial. So we actually made a policy recommendation to change that to mixed employment from mixed use. So there were some mixed use areas that when we did this conversion, we didn't feel like met the characteristics of mixed use really, and so we recommended shifting those over. And primarily they're places like that which are auto-oriented commercial areas that aren't likely or nor necessarily desirable to have mixed use development there in the near future. Another manual adjustment is occasionally on a corridor there'll be a little stub of a mixed use area that goes off at a right angle like in Woodlawn. And our automatic kind of first cut at making these map designations would have kind of captured that into the civic corridor because it's so close. But it's clearly a different kind of place. And so we went in and manually adjusted the map in a few places like that. And we have a few more corrections to make to that to account for the fact that this is really more of a neighborhood-oriented place that happens to tee off of a civic corridor. But we didn't want to imply that the civic corridor policies follow it up that street. And it's a little bit of a judgment call where you make that break. We usually made it a block off the civic corridor. So those are some examples of how we went from the big map to the detailed land use map and some of the choices we had to make. And I want to transition now into the specific amendments we want to make. But before I do that, are there any questions about what we just went through? Anyone want to disagree or send us in a different direction about how we did that? I heard a no. No?
No, we're good.
Okay. So now what I'm going to do is describe, I'm going to walk through a few examples of specific changes that we're recommending. And again, I'm not going through the whole list, but these are emblematic of many others. And you have, if there's something that we don't talk about, you can raise your hand and say, I want to talk about this one too. But, and this is where we're in the list. And for people who are looking for page numbers, it starts on page 16, I believe. So the first one we wanted to just, and what I'm going to do is go through these quickly so you get a sense of them, and then we'll go back through and discuss as necessary, just because I wanted people to kind of meter time. So first one is there's a choice to make about Upper Belmont between about 40th and 49th. And that's really about where the cutoff is from mixed use and how much of that is mixed use. There is a, I'll just quickly go through these and we'll return to them in a minute. There is a choice, we're recommending some refinement to the boundaries of Lentz because the map kind of captured a pretty big area and we might want to be a little more surgical about where the center is. Yeah, so that was, this is number 15 on page 16.
Oh, it's okay.
And I'm just going to flip through these really quickly and then we're going to go back and discuss them, but I want you to get the sense of them all. So a couple things about the shape and extent of the Lentz Town Center designation. You had a lot of testimony about a location on 82nd Avenue at Bybee from the property owners, and so we have a recommended change there. You got testimony from ODOT about the designation for Inner Powell, and so we want to talk about that a little bit. That's number 17. And then we just talked a little bit about Macadam, but the next level down on Macadam is what is the right land use application to implement that center and corridor designation on Macadam. So we'll want to talk briefly about Macadam. There's also a box checked at Cully and Killingsworth in Northeast Portland. There's a site that is currently EXD zoning, and we had recommended it be employment zoning, and we want to have a discussion about reconsidering that recommendation from our original staff report. Yeah.
Yes.
We want to make a change in our recommendation for how the mixed-use map designates, or how the map as a whole designates OHSU, so we'll talk about that. There's some things we want to say about 21st and Multnomah, where there was some testimony. At 17th and Holgate, there's a site that you've received comments from TriMet about, and we want to acknowledge those comments and just walk you through our logic there. So those are the ones we had flagged for discussion. And if I'm correct, I don't think we had any additional of these that were flagged by you, at least as of yesterday. But if there are others that you've been burning to talk about now or in the near future, would be a good time to mention it. Okay, so we're, if there's any of these we don't need to talk about, we're happy to sort of not do that if you're good with our recommendations.
Are there ones that people specifically have questions about, I guess, would be a better way or a different way to look at it?
I can go through this one by one and just ask that question if you want.
Yeah, why don't we just...
So the first one was about, oh, I have to turn the screen back on. Sorry, I can see it, but you can't. The Upper Belmont question, there's a couple things there. One, to change it to a neighborhood scale rather than an urban center scale, but also to add some properties from residential to mixed use. And this is in response to neighborhood testimony. 40th to 49th.
Any concerns, questions? No?
Just a few slides of the character there. Okay, the Lentz question. The issue here is that the town center designation is on a fairly large swath, including a section of Woodstock between 82nd and the historic Lentz Center. And our recommendation is to do two things: to add the urban center designation to 92nd a little bit so that we get more north-south energy in Lentz, and then to take the Woodstock part out of it a little bit so that we can keep the focus on the area closer to the light rail and in the historic center. We don't diffuse it too much. We'd be retaining the town center designation at 82nd and Foster, where there is existing EX zoning at a fairly high density. So we didn't want to downzone that area, but we did scale back. We're recommending to scale back slightly the size of the Lentz boundary. So that, this is just a few pictures on 82nd and Woodstock. These are the areas that would be added to the mixed-use area, both north and south of the immediate sort of downtown Lentz, if you will. That makes sense?
Everybody okay?
Questions about that?
This question, this is in reference to the testimony we heard from property owners on 82nd, correct?
The next one is
Next
this.
one.
I believe on this one you heard from some Lentz
Lentz.
activists
Yeah, okay.
wanting to maintain the energy at the historic center rather than spreading it out too thin.
That makes sense.
Okay.
And what's currently in the area that you're talking about moving, that green area?
It would still be mixed use. It would just be the neighborhood mixed use rather than the town center mixed use.
So what's
in
on the
that
ground
corridor.
right now is mixed use.
It's a mix of commercial and residential right now. So it would imply slightly lower scale of mixed use is possible on that street in the future rather than the most intense scale.
Okay.
82nd and Bybee really is about a specific site that is used by a variety of existing small businesses, and you heard testimony from them. I believe they were a fairly big presence at the 82nd Avenue hearing that you held. Going back and reviewing our proposal, we are proposing to revise that to change the rest of what's now RH and CG to mixed use so that the entire site has that flexibility to maintain commercial uses there. And I believe that was the main concern, that they would become non-conforming if they became residential in their zoning. And they wanted to make sure that that would be the case. So we're revising that to include them in the commercial zoning. A small area to the west end of the property would remain R2 multifamily, but that's contiguous to another multifamily zoning area.
Okay.
So were some of those uses non-conforming now?
There's a long history of zoning amendments on this site, and they started out that way, and then they went through a process to amend and add commercial zoning, and some of what we did undid some of what they had achieved, and so we went back and relooked at that and tried to respond.
Okay. Do we, I guess, I'm supportive of, continuing the viability of those commercial uses. I'm wondering if we have the tools to have the residential part of the mixed use happen alongside them or with them or above them or.
I don't know that we can force that. The mixed use code continues to allow commercial development. Inner Powell, ODOT essentially requested, having read the description of civic corridors, because it's that the civic corridor tool is oriented towards wider major boulevards that have, many of which are former state highways or existing state highways, 82nd, Barber, Lombard, Sandy. They felt that the civic corridor designation, even though Inner Powell is close to the central city, that they felt like that would be a better tool to affect the change in Inner Powell that we want to affect. And reviewing that, I think we agree with that recommendation that designating Inner Powell, even though it starts to get into the inner ring, designating it as civic corridor better matches kind of where it's at today and some of the challenges. The zoning, it doesn't necessarily change your zoning toolbox, but it signals that this is a wider street with some potential that we need to look at some of those issues on.
Would you say the same thing if it were a city street rather than an orphan highway?
Given its existing condition, maybe, yeah.
So, isn't Powell going to get some transit here?
It is the topic of a high-capacity transit discussion, so, as is Barber, and so,
Yeah.
and Barber is also a civic corridor on our map, so.
And is not PBOT, as part of that proposal, looking at taking in Powell and transferring it to the city as part of that and actually narrowing?
And this
the
is not
boulevard?
necessarily about ODOT's custody of the road. It's about the conditions on the road right now, and it's fairly suburban character right now. And the civic corridor is a tool. That designation is kind of geared towards that kind of a street with that kind of history, and it may be a better fit.
But you're looking down the road, and it seems to me if you're trying to, if the intent is high capacity and narrowing of the street, it then meets the current designation. Not we're zoning for today, not for the future. Kind of by making this change, and I thought we were doing just the opposite, I guess.
You could do it, I mean, there's an argument either way.
Yeah,
And the argument for a civic corridor is that the civic corridor is a designation that signals we want this to be a big, important street with a corridor kind of character. And we've applied that designation on many streets like this. So we're going to have future conversations about how to improve civic corridors. And if you want this street to be part of that, designating a civic corridor may help you have that conversation with apples to apples. If, on the other hand, your argument is this is not any civic corridor, this is, the argument for making it an urban center is that this should be part of an extension of the central city. It's close in, it's going to have high capacity transit. We want it to be really big. Then you might aim for the urban center designation. And so it kind of has to do with what is your vision for that street and what do you want to emphasize in terms of policies?
Well, is there a both and option rather than either or option?
Well, it continues to be a civic corridor on the diagram. It's just a question of whether you want to consider it to be, to give it an urban center designation or or that next level down. And so it a little bit has to do with scale.
And we're proposing civic corridor.
We propose civic corridor. I can say from regardless of whether it's ODOT or PBOT, it's a very challenging street from a traffic congestion point of view. There's not an easy fix. It's going to be extremely difficult to make it narrower without having huge lines all the way back to Mount Hood.
Just for some context, when we did the Southwest Corridor, the Barber Concept Plan, the Barber Concept Plan, Barber shows up as a civic corridor. Now, what we know from having done that plan, right, is if and when high-capacity transit goes through, there's a set of nodes that we think are the target places for additional development along Barber. But what kind of transit, where those stations are, is yet to be determined. So the civic corridor gets 50%, and actually the community recommended, even in the Barber plan, I just pulled it up, that we call it a civic corridor back when we were first coining this concept, because it talks about the quality, the safety, and the quality of experience and the ability to develop along it. You can come in, we could come in with refinement plans later and sort of hone those stations and centers along Barber once we know where they really might be. A similar kind of approach you're going to see on Powell, only the level of transit investment is likely to be significantly different.
So when would we do the equivalent of the Barber Concept Plan for this corridor?
Well, we are doing that now.
I think the next step to start to make sense of this corridor vis-a-vis that will be to take a look at the Powell Division Transit Plan as it comes forward, Chris. We're not really sure what level.
So we have staff working on that plan.
We're not
now.
really sure what level of transit support is going to be proposed or possible along Powell yet.
Well, so with Southwest Corridor, the sequence was get the land use aspirations right and have that inform the transit development. I think you're telling me the opposite's happening here. We're going to get transit, and that will inform what we do with land use.
No, I guess what I'm trying to say is that we're doing actually that land use process right now, and it's consistent with the civic corridor designation. In the future, once we actually know what kind of transit and where the stations might be, we may want to rethink a couple of places, but I bet it stays civic corridor with the center at 82nd. It shows like the thinking that we've carried into that process is reflected in the comprehensive plan and the diagram.
We're doing the same thing we did on Barber now, which is on Powell Division, which is identify significant places that the transit should serve. So it is being driven by the land use question. It's a different scale of project investment, so it is condensed a little bit because it's it's orders of magnitude less expensive than the Barber project, but it's a similar approach.
So designating it one versus the other, what are the implications for ODOT, if any?
Well, I don't want to speak for ODOT. They've written a letter, but my view on it is that it's a fairly subtle policy distinction, and they were pointing out that some of the policies aimed at civic corridors better fits the issues on this street. So one way to resolve your recommendation is to go look at those policies and get a feel for, when you read the civic corridor policies, do you feel like that would help us on Powell more than the inner ring and urban center policies? And
So do we think one designation is more likely to get us ODOT dollars than another designation?
I don't think that's true, no.
So does this merit getting a memo on and continuing discussion later?
For me, it does because
We can put it in a
close
parking lot,
in.
no
It's-
pun
If this
intended.
was out 92nd or something, yeah, but this is close in, and I'm just concerned about, it seems that we're doing transportation without zoning, and we should be zoning. I'm just concerned about the sequence of events here.
Okay, we'll put a placeholder in this and bring it back with some more discussion.
I don't know if anybody else agrees, but.
I agree.
So the next one is a little bit the reverse of what we just discussed. Here we are recommending a section of northern Macadam corridor to go from Civic Corridor to Urban Center. And the logic there is it's the area immediately south of South Waterfront in the path of the potential streetcar that's being discussed. And so we're wanting to have a discussion about upzoning and changing those zoning tools in that area in the future. And so the urban center designation is tied to the streetcar potential there, which is one distinction I'd make is that the streetcar is much more of a development-driven transportation tool rather than Powell Division is a little bit more about the mobility of connecting a regional transportation system.
But isn't it a transit corridor? You're talking one rail and one. It seems like we're destroying the reason to put in high-capacity transit if you're saying it's different than streetcar. The whole thing's starting to unravel for me.
The distinction is that the streetcar here is a very intensive fixed investment in the ground. The Powell project at the moment is a rapid bus project without dedicated lanes. It's primarily stop improvements and vehicle improvements. So that's a different project by orders of magnitude in terms of cost and the amount of physical investment in the ground.
And in terms of urban fabric, I would expect the streetcar corridor would have much closer stop spacing. It's about making a continuous environment as opposed to BRT, which is about development at nodes. It's a little bit different, but I get the core of your argument.
Yeah.
I don't know. Having a hard day today. Go ahead.
So, do you want me to put this one aside too with the Powell, or do you wanna-
No.
Well, it seems like we ought to come back and discuss this with the TSP and what we decide about the streetcar corridor, right? I mean, we
True.
tightly link these.
Right. So. Okay, we'll put a placeholder in this one too. This was just some images of that area. So the next one, just to note, was a site called known as the Sugar Shack at Cully and Killingsworth. We had initially proposed employment zoning here. We're second guessing or reconsidering that due to its proximity to some fairly high density housing to the south that's good affordable housing, and it's kind of in the core of Cully, and so especially the Killingsworth facing frontage of this site may be fairly important for community building in this area. And not to say employment couldn't happen, but we didn't want to preclude housing from this site.
My concern on this property is across the street. When you go across the street, not Killingsworth, but what's that? That piece of property over there, the industrial side of that, and then the trains just quarter mile down the road, is that
This is industrial sanctuary here.
If you get the industrial development there, you've got potentially housing with no buffer to a whole set of investment of low-income housing, and you've just got housing right next to that. And so I'm concerned that putting housing, I mean, we're trying not to put that housing in kind of harm's way. Well, it's, if you have an industrial sanctuary right across the street, and so they can come in and, develop, we hope that they come in and redevelop that into some industrial.
Yeah, and that was the logic.
I was confused with the
And
affordable
so
housing.
if the affordable housing is on Killingsworth down in here,
So why would housing as a
and then
buffer-
housing on EXD,
Only one's
you'd
commercial
put
as a buffer.
housing right across the street. I'd rather have a buffer of some kind of other type of industrial, low industrial, to kind of buffer that.
This is heavy industrial, and
Heavy
our
industrial.
original proposal was employment zoning, which is
Yeah.
not heavy industrial.
So you build a buffer essentially between that and heavy industrial potential.
And that was the logic of our.
It's still a buffer it's for the affordable housing.
Well,
units anyway.
there's no buffer though between a heavy industrial just across
I get
Columbia.
it. I guess I just didn't understand
Oh, okay.
how employment zone land buffers affordable housing better or worse than housing would buffer affordable housing.
Right.
It has nothing to do with that. It's really just the fact that this site is across the street.
Right.
And yeah, here too.
Car lot, right?
Car lot, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a towing yard. Our logic was what Andre said when we first proposed employment here, was that was a transition. I think what's driving our current thinking is that it's a fairly large site, and there's quite a bit of frontage on Killingsworth, and that we'd like to encourage a little more active use on Killingsworth, which you might not get with employment zoning, recognizing that that's an issue. But in this case, the site's big enough so that it's more of a design issue about the housing than it is about.
Right. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the site that the coalition led by Verde is purchasing, right?
Correct.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, so full disclosure, I contributed to the Indiegogo campaign to help that along. So I have
I bet
I have
half
$50
of us did.
invested in this for a good community outcome. So what do they intend to do with it?
I don't want to speak for them. I think they're exploring. I don't know.
So are their goals consistent with your recommendation, I guess is.
With this current recommendation, our current recommendation is in response to their testimony, I believe.
Okay.
So
That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm supportive of a mixed use, just so we don't preclude the option for housing.
now we're going to talk about the same issue in a minute from a different angle. So I just like we went on both sides of the transit issue, we're going to talk about this industrial interface again. So OHSU, having talked about this issue with various stakeholders, one of the logic for putting it in the mixed use bucket to begin with was that OHSU is a little different than the other institutions. They currently have EX zoning, which is mixed employment, which is technically mixed use zoning, but it's also very much employment focused. And so because that is part of the larger commercial zoning bin, it got mixed into the mixed use discussion. It's really, at a policy level, more like the campus institution question. And so where we're headed is to designate them as a campus institutional on the comp plan map, but retain the current EX zoning, just like we're retaining the current EX zoning in the central city, because we have no reason to change their zoning on this site. It actually, what they have with the EX zoning is kind of a variation of what we're trying to accomplish with the campus institutional zoning. So there's no particular reason for us to revisit the OHSU plan at this point. And so we're refining our recommendation to, again, it's sort of a mixed recommendation of put them in the campus institutional comp plan map so that the policies about that whole framework apply to them, but allow EX as an implementing zone for that designation in this case because it is working and we have no reason to revisit that at this time. So it's a no action kind of recommendation. There's no reason for us to upset that issue.
And I've heard them express concerns on that. So does that kind of broker some of their concerns are a compromise?
Well, I'll leave it to them to testify again if
Right,
they feel
fair
the need
enough.
or send a letter in, but we did meet with OHSU, and I think they understood the logic to this. The next item had to do with retaining mixed use, and this is a no change recommendation, but we just wanted to acknowledge we got a lot of testimony from neighbors in this area concerned. This was implementing a recommendation from the Central City Northeast Quadrant that just happened to be a recommendation that strayed outside their formal boundaries. So it got picked up by the comp plan, but we're recommending retaining the mixed use urban center designation on this site.
Was that consistent with the individual's testimony?
No, this is a no change. In contrast, I think we got a lot of testimony that we should change it. But the initial recommendation came out of the Central City process, which you already endorsed as a commission.
Right. There was a whole, when we did the Northeast Quadrant Plan, this was a big topic of discussion. So.
So our recommendation is consistency with the plan you already approved, not wanting to undo that.
So, Eric? So does this area, there's an area of light industrial kind of between Sandy and the freeway along 20th, 21st. Does that sweep all that up and make that mixed use?
No, this is up higher on the hill.
This is north of the band field.
So the big shaded area to the south on the map?
That's not part of this, yeah.
That's not the mixed use?
Just the
mixed
gold
use?
outline is the question here.
Okay, just in yellow outline there.
Yeah. That's just that intersection. The last one we wanted to highlight is, as I said before, we got testimony from TriMet. There's a narrow slice of properties west of 17th across the street from the TriMet yards and the rail yards and the intermodal yard on 17th. And this is abutting a new light rail station area that isn't yet open, but it will have a station platform on that street near this site. And TriMet has requested a number of times to have mixed-use zoning here so that they can do residential development. We have recommended against that. And again, this relates to the Sugar Shack discussion you just had. This is directly abutting two freight routes across the street from heavy industry and the heavy rail yard. So we're coming at it from a compatibility with the adjacent industrial yards perspective. TriMet is coming at it from a perspective of activating the station platform with more active uses. And that's a policy decision that needs to be made.
So what's the justification? Oh, sorry. So how do you justify not allowing affordable housing or any housing here versus that Coley space? Is it more noise issue? I mean, is it just because there's already existing heavy use?
Yeah, this is, these are much smaller sites, so there's a proximity. They're going to be more directly abutting as opposed to the other site had Killingsworth frontage as well. This is a heavy rail yard, not just a rail line, but a whole switching yard. The Union Pacific, I believe, has their whole yard there.
Okay.
And it's also the TriMet bus yard, and it's a truck intermodal yard where they load freight from trucks so the noise factor and the disruption factor here, we believe, is a bigger deal. But again, that's obviously there are different perspectives on this.
And mixed employment, does that allow for commercial frontage?
Right. It allows for some amount of limited commercial, not a lot, but it also allows, it's similar as the Central East Side employment kind of zoning. Yeah, and if you want to think about this one for a little bit, the employment discussion we're going to have at your next work session, we could pick that up then too if you don't want to make a recommendation tonight, because it could have been an
TriMet approached us before they put the tracks down.
Tracks are there.
So the basic question is, does activating the station platform outweigh the sum of the compatibility issues of putting housing right next to heavy industry in that kind of situation and the public health issues? And
Michelle?
So going back to the Sugar Shack site, do we have any sense of, in terms of the residences that are already there, how much complaining we get about the industrial that's there?
We could look into that. I don't have
I
that
think
answer
would be
tonight, but
helpful to know if there's really, if the people that are further away from the industrial are already complaining, then that may suggest we don't want to add more industrial even closer, more residential even closer.
I know from St. John's experience, we looked into that quite a bit in the St. John's plan, and there was a pattern of noise complaints that extended about a half a mile out from the industrial area, and then it kind of drops off. So there's some history in the St. John's plan that I could bring back to you.
So for this 17th, well, back to Sugar Shack, does that suggest we want to continue discussion on Sugar Shack? Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Teresa, just.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it just seems to me like we were lacking in industrial land, and these sites are not prime housing locations, so I think we need to view that in that context as well.
Okay, so what I heard was hold the TriMet and Sugar Shack site till the next discussion. There was one other that,
There's
McAdam
number
and
17 is Inter Powell, hold 17.
and so we'll raise that question again in the context of
And
the
number
TSP
18,
work session.
McAdam.
Okay.
Yes. Dawn, did you have a comment?
No, I'm fine. If we're holding it, I'll hold it
So
myself.
those four will hold for further comment or discussion later. Are there other comments on any others people wish to discuss? Otherwise, we're good with all the dots.
Okay. Where are we at with time, Joe? Should I stop now?
We got about 20 minutes.
20
We're
minutes?
20
Okay.
minutes. We got 20
Okay,
minutes.
well, we got a few other questions in this topic. So.
Keep going.
Okay. So the next one does not involve maps, so it might be a quicker discussion.
Back to words.
Yeah, so this question is just to check back in with you on this diagram in the introduction to the plan. And we're on
question C.
Question C in your staff report on page 21. And there's a little bit of narrative about our approach to the investment prioritization. And the idea here is that we have limited resources, so we can't suddenly improve all these centers and corridors all at once to our ideals. There's going to be some step-by-step prioritization that has to happen. And so given that, we put this diagram together, and apologize, you can barely read the words on the screen, but hopefully you can. The dots on this screen correspond to the centers on our centers map. And left to right axis is population in 2035. So the places on the right are bigger in 2035 relative to the places on the left. The size of the dot has to do with its designation in the UDF, the central city being the biggest and the town centers being that next tier and the neighborhoods being the smallest one. And then the vertical axis is need from an infrastructure perspective. So the things at the top of the diagram are lacking in sidewalks or access to parks or access to transit or bike infrastructure. The darker dots represent those with high populations of at-risk populations. So that would be lower income communities or communities of color, or I believe we had level of education in there too. And so our hypothesis is the investment strategy is different in these different kind of places. In the lower left of the diagram, these are centers that aren't experiencing a huge amount of growth relative to existing conditions, and they have fairly good current infrastructure. And so I hate to pick on Woodstock, but most of the streets are there. They have parks and schools, but they're also fairly low growth in terms of the comp plan designations that are on the ground now. At the other end, in the right quadrant, is the central city. Very high growth, the highest growth of any of the centers, but also relatively complete street grid, sidewalks, transit, and there's been a history of investment over the last 20 years. The top left is areas with lower growth, but still a lot of need, and so there's an equity need to invest in those places, just because out of basic equity and fairness. In the upper right, you have simultaneously high growth, high need, and presence of vulnerable populations. So that's where the highest investment need is from this perspective. And limited resources, that's where we need to start. Again, that's our proposal. You have to tell us if you think that's reasonable. But not to say that all our money would go to that upper right quadrant, but that would be the equity prioritization. But also still investing, even where there's not growth, we need to invest in that upper left quadrant as well. Investments in the lower part are more about maintaining good conditions and not degrading the conditions than they are about making dramatic changes in increased access. So discussion of that, does this diagram make sense? Is it still the perspective that you would have?
The concept makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure I understand all the specifics, and I'll just literally connect the dots and say, this is the diagram that dooms Linton, because Linton is way beyond the left axis of the chart, right? It doesn't make it onto the chart.
If Linton were on here, it would be on the left top, right? It would be very little growth, but high need.
Yeah, but it doesn't make the chart because it's not big enough. So I don't quite get West Portland and Macadam. So, West Portland's a town center, which is our third highest designation right after Central City and Gateway. To really make that town center pop, you have to reconfigure the freeway ramps, which is a huge investment. But we're not designating it for a growth investment. We're designating it for an equity investment. So I don't get that assignment logic. And then Macadam, we're talking about a streetcar corridor to stimulate growth, which again would seem to me would push it over to the. So I guess I don't understand why those two aren't over there, but the quadrants make sense. I just don't understand why those two dots are in that quadrant.
Right, and to be fair, these dots were made at the beginning of this planning process. They don't necessarily reflect amendments to the map that you're making right now. So by upping the intensity of the comp plan designation on Macadam, you're effectively kind of moving that dot right. But how far right it goes, I don't know. But with West Portland, I think it reflects the fact that although it's a town center, the zoning right now on the ground does not yet permit a huge amount of growth. So we haven't really executed that town center by doing a local plan that delivers on the vision. And so that dot should go right over time, but at the moment it's not.
The plan says you should go through that exercise.
Yes.
Right.
So I'm not.
Is it also geographically more challenging when the whole West End is a whole different kind of geography for a town center? That's kind of a ludicrous thing when I think about it.
Yeah, and you'll notice, both Hillsdale and West Portland are the two town centers on the west side, and they're on the smaller end of the growth spectrum, and that's just reflective of the difficult topography and the more challenging sites, I think, to some extent. Not all town centers are going to be exactly the same size.
So to Catherine's question back earlier in the day, with all the policies and things, you're going to expand these policies to include them all, or is this all the policies that connect to this? And the second part of that question is, this ties to the matrix and how we're evaluating, correct? How we're measuring.
Right. The policies I listed are the policies that I believe have the closest relationship to sort of causing us to follow this diagram.
Okay, and these tie to the matrix, which is our evaluation and tracking and accountability component, correct?
No, this is a different list of policies. This is the list are you trying to connect the dots from this to the?
Well, somehow we need to be able to say we've done a good job in invest in enhancing neighborhoods to accommodate growth, and the matrix need to be able to say, yeah, we've done that if we've done all these policies.
Yeah,
if
I
we're
guess
hitting these policies. I'm trying to see, where does it roll up?
I haven't made that mental connection, but you're right. The discussion you had about metrics at the beginning does, that is the measure of whether we've solved these problems.
Yes.
Measure progress.
So, we could definitely make a more explicit tie back to that in this discussion if that's the commission's interest.
It seems to me it would be helpful because somehow we need to, if we're going to hold ourselves accountable, we need to know what buttons we're pushing here.
That makes sense.
Other questions? Michelle?
So is investing in a way that leverages our investments part of number 3? And if so, can we say that expressly? And if not, I think we need to recognize the need to leverage investment somewhere.
I want to make sure I got that concept. By number 3, you mean the
Yeah,
that-
so number 3, it says respond to opportunities. So I could see where you would say it's an opportunity if I'm leveraging an investment, but I don't know if that's the intent. And if that is the intent, I'd like it to
Yeah, I
spell
think
that out.
that's a fair point that could be made clearer.
Eric? Thank you. Do the 4 goals here, investment strategy, match PDC's goals? I mean, do they line up? I mean, it seems to me we can adopt this, but we need kind of their buy-in to have some implementation possibility.
Well, no, they're one player in this whole picture. These kind of investments we're talking about include the kind that PDC make, but they include transportation investments and, the full boat. Right, PDC's only playing in a few of these circles. And actually, we've shared this with them many times, and it's pretty well aligned, I think, with their thinking, especially when you look at the upper right-hand area where the J District, Gateway, Lentz, and Midway are all PDC focus areas. So what's interesting is, a place where we've already highlighted a particular need for investment, they're at play in those areas.
We were doing a lot of talking with their staff on this concept at the same time they were crafting the neighborhood economic development strategy. And so it's not an accident that upper quadrant is where they're working right now.
It'd be a good idea if we could in some way have a acknowledgement of their awareness of this in our documentation. Because this is very ambitious, but requires their support to pull off these goals.
Catherine?
So I would just add, I just this week, yesterday maybe, must have been, sat in on a strategic planning session for PDC. And what was fabulous to observe as part of that is how well tied together it is. And it can still be stronger, and that was some of the input they got, but to everything that we're doing in the comp plan, and very much so to that. So they're still taking comment. They've got like a 40% draft out. It's there for public comment, and I would suggest anybody who's really interested, obviously dive into that and provide that. But it was heartening to see for my sake.
Good. Eric, I guess another comment I'd have is the tie to the TSP with the policies in this.
Sorry, repeat. I was a little lost in the logistics of the next presentation.
The tie to the TSP with this.
Yeah, we've had ongoing discussion, and this is the lens through which we see their list and have been reviewing their list. So there's been an ongoing back and forth with PBOT about how they are serving these areas. And if we've done our coordination correctly, when you review the TSP, you should see a relationship between this diagram and their map of projects.
Sounds good. Other questions?
I just had
Maggie?
Yeah, just one question. So for the policy implementation, I mean, there's a lot of policies throughout this document that seems like that it would support this investment strategy. One that stood out was possibly taking a greater look at again, community benefits. Have we looked through the community benefit agreements and really responded to their concerns? And that, again, leads into equitable service and some of the other policies that support that. So I'm just curious if some of the policies under community benefit are incorporated to.
I think that's where there's a lot of room for improvement in this plan over the last one, that the last comprehensive plan, frankly, didn't have a lot of mention of community benefit agreements and that whole approach. And so there is policy language that adds that concept into this plan in a variety of places. And you know, one of them is this mixed-use project, which is our next conversation. But yeah, I think that's an important discussion.
Any other comments?
Question.
Oh, Gary?
In terms of the investment strategy, I don't think there's really a choice but to do all 4 patterns of investment at once. For me, the question becomes how will the decisions be made about individual investment projects, and how do you avoid drifting towards just creating momentum for a particular short-term pattern of development? You know, like what we're seeing right now in the largely single resident or single bedroom apartment boom all over town. How do you keep yourself out of just getting into a momentum of that and pulling back and saying, oh, okay, we have some infrastructure disparities, we've got some groups who have particularly high needs. How do you pull that back? I mean, what's the process?
Well, I think we'll have to translate some of this down into our codes. The momentum of development is driven by the zoning code and what, you know, not driven, but, you know, we review it against the zoning code, and that's what determines whether permits get issued. So as we get into the implementation phase of this work, we have to pay attention to whether we're doing anything about these policies in the codes. It doesn't happen by itself.
Yeah, and that's a concern. And, you know, particularly in an environment where a lot of individual governmental decision-making is really made at the bureau level and made with kind of those technical constraints in mind, like the Water Bureau needs this and the Fire Bureau needs that, and roads needs this. And so I'm concerned about whether there is a unifying process so that things actually play out the way the plan states.
You know, since we're talking about infrastructure, I'll sort of think about it in those terms. I think where this plays out is in the citywide system plan and the infrastructure planning, and making sure that hangs together as a coherent plan and that it reflects this as well, which it does. The same diagram is in that document. So it's ultimately, individual projects are built based on individual annual budget cycles, and the city council makes those decisions. And, you know, what I write in policy isn't going to determine that necessarily, but it does affect what staff put together and what packages we bring forward. So that's how I see it, is in the system plans and in the documents that describe what we've teed up as projects. We need to make that linkage.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? I think, Mike?
But from investment in green infrastructure, and gray for that matter, with regard to, say, the Bureau of Environmental Services, there may be investments that need to be made from strictly an environmental perspective that may not conform to what I agree with this with the matrix, that don't relate to community benefits necessarily, but relate to what we need to do to improve water quality or whatever. So, just a comment.
So time-wise, we've got 2 more questions in this section.
Yeah, and I'm thinking we may only get to one of them, but.
So we're out of time for this piece too. So you want to do one more?
Yeah, I want to get through the connection to the mixed-use zoning project in a fairly short amount of time, and then we'll probably have to move on to non-conforming.
Right, and this is when we had our scheduled break, so I just want to check to see one more question, then take a break, or?
I would suggest we just continue and people just take their breaks as they need to, and we'll just keep going.
Thank you.
Luckily, I get to switch with someone else in a little bit. So I'm going to just refer you to the basic question, which I've don't have on the screen right now because we're switching PowerPoints briefly, but this is question D, and the question was, does the commission have enough information about the mixed-use zoning project to proceed with the policy and land use mapping that you're doing now? And if you recall, you got a lot of testimony about, hold the horses, we need to see the zoning before you can adopt this policy map and land use map. And so we've just spent some time talking about the land use map and making some decisions about that, but we want to give you a little bit of reminder what we're doing on the zoning front and recheck your comfort level with how that's progressing so that if you need to, you can tell us, wait a minute, there's a process issue. But so if you recall, while we're doing this with you, we're also have this implementation project to reframe and rewrite the mixed-use codes and the mapping, and that will play out and come before you later this spring. We are at the concept plan level, and so I want Barry to, this is Barry Manning, Senior Planner with the Bureau, who's leading that project. So I'm going to turn it over to him for a little bit to just give you a high-level overview of some of the big issues right now and where we are in the process. And I will start this up for him and transfer the mic over there.
Great, thanks, Eric. So again, Barry Manning, good to see you all again. Working on the mixed-use zones project, and Bill Cunningham is actually an integral part of the staff on that. So he's here working on centers and corridors, but he's also really integrated with the mixed-use zoning project. I just want to give you a quick update as to where we are. I think we were in front of the Planning and Sustainability Commission probably about 6 months ago or so, kind of giving you an update on where we were and a preview of the project. This hopefully won't be too redundant. We're eliminated some on the front end, but we want to kind of give you an update as to where we are right now. So as you recall, we had several goals with the mixed-use zones project. First of all, implementing the comprehensive plan goals and policies that you're reviewing as we go forward. But embedded within that is we're looking at, through the project, addressing building scale transitions primarily to residential areas, looking at areas where we can enhance community kind of activity through required retail or active areas, looking at how we promote residential uses within the mixed use zones. We want to look and consider design and context in different parts of town. We have this notion of pattern areas that is emerging in the comprehensive plan, and we want to see if we can build codes that better respond to different parts of town, including potentially efforts that might help preserve or maintain some historic and local character. We want to make sure that whatever we produce in terms of our new palette of zones, that it's allows feasible mixed-use development. So making sure that they're economically viable and that we haven't set parameters or unachievable either on the top end or the bottom end in terms of economic viability. A big piece of our housing growth in Portland is expected to occur in these mixed-use centers and corridors, so we want to make sure that whatever we do plans for housing, and particularly important is housing that's affordable to a range of Portlanders, so we're looking at strategies that might be able to evoke that. We want to make sure that they allow for a variety of commercial and employment uses throughout town, and then we're considering equity implications as part of this discussion as well. So those are some of the kind of marching orders we've got with this project. Just in terms of our project kind of outline and phases, we've completed a research and assessment phase that back in September. We'll talk just really briefly about that. Right now, as Eric said, we're in the concept development phase, and we're working on developing not the full code, but just the parameters for new mixed-use zones, and we hope to have that at the end of February or early March at the latest. As we're developing that, we'll begin looking at code development, and we're going to get underway in earnest with that in February through April and May. And then we're aiming at coming back to the Planning and Sustainability Commission in June for a presentation and then public hearings in July on the zoning project. So that's kind of the trajectory of the project in terms of timeline. So, as I mentioned, we wrapped up an assessment report, and the assessment report was really a lead into our preliminary concept, and it had, I guess, three main outcomes, and recommendations. And the first one was to recast the city's commercial zones as commercial mixed-use zones as a truth in advertising to make sure that all folks are on board and aware that these zones are going to be areas where we're going to see growth and change throughout the city in the way we've been seeing it in some places so far. In reviewing our existing zones, and this is a consolidated version of the recommendations in that report, but a main one was to consolidate the current 9 zones that we have that implement our current comprehensive plan and allow mixed use into 4 or 5 zones. We have small scale zones, the neighborhood commercial 1 and 2 zones. We think they could be consolidated into a single small scale zone. We have medium sized zones, the commercial storefront, the CS and the CM zones that could be consolidated into a medium sized zone. The office zones are applied very sparingly throughout Portland and may have outlived their usefulness as specific zones. So we may roll those into other zones. And then we have large-scale zones, the Central Employment EX and the Central Commercial CX zones that are applied outside of the central city in specific places. And we think that those could be consolidated into a single large-scale mixed-use zone. So we think we can go from as I said, the 9 zones we have now into 3 mixed-use zones, and then we have a general commercial zone that is kind of an outlier and has specific provisions that allow more auto-accommodating development, and we may recast that into a specific new zone as well, and I'll touch on those in just a minute. And then we have a list of 20-odd issues that we want to explore in terms of development and design parameters that we think we can build into the new zones that we think will enhance the zones that respond to community feedback and make them better zones moving into the future. So some of those issues and directions that are coming out of the comp plan and out of our community discussions, I won't read the whole list, but relating building heights to street scale and function. We've got different comp plan classifications around town, and we want to do that. We want to accommodate ground floor active uses in key areas. We want to address heights, transitions, and buffering. We're looking at building articulation and massing and things like full block zoning transitions. Pattern area standards I mentioned earlier. Improving our ground level street frontages and transparency on our key main streets, and that includes looking at our front street setbacks and things of that nature. We're also looking at how we can improve the conditions for residents in new mixed-use development, so considering whether outdoor areas ought to be required or looked at in those buildings. We're looking at other development standards such as setback requirements that might enhance those zones, and looking at where detached house development may or may not be appropriate. One of the big things, number 13 here, is we're looking at bonuses for community benefits, and that's kind of a key topic as we're evolving these mixed-use zones, and a lot really hinges on how we're structuring our floor area, height requirements, and these bonuses and incentives, and they're all tied together. I'll drill down in a little more detail on that in a minute. A couple of other things we're looking at is green features, how we might be able to better integrate those into the mixed-use zones, particularly in areas where the pattern areas call for a higher degree of landscaping. And we're looking at other more technical things like improving neighborhood notification of new development and changing our regulations for exterior display areas and shared parking. But I did touch on, the top of this is cut off. But one of the key things I did touch on was this notion about bonuses for community benefits. The comp plan calls for things such as affordable housing and providing affordable commercial space, things of that nature. We've heard from the community that there's a desire for providing affordable housing and affordable commercial space. Other community amenities such as plazas and open space that might benefit the community as new development occurs, as well as historic preservation. And we were looking at a way to maybe achieve that benefits by structuring our floor area, height, regulations through systems of bonuses. And this diagram kind of illustrates the different approaches that we might take with those. On the left, you see an approach, this pointer's not working. Here we go, I think this will do it, yeah. If you imagine that this line is our current development allowance, this diagram shows 3 approaches that we might take to try to achieve that. Many community members we've talked to suggested that one approach we might consider is reducing the allowance for height or a development that's allowed by right, then only allowing the development that we're seeing nowadays in terms of scale and height if the development performs in certain ways, either provides affordable housing or meets other community objectives. Other groups of community members we've talked to have suggested that we've got pretty good development allowances now, and that with the comp plan that's responding to a 20-year timeframe. We ought to try to achieve our goals by allowing a bit more development beyond what we've got right now. And what we're exploring in this is kind of a hybrid of those two approaches, one that would potentially change the development allowances that are allowed by right, but allow back to and above those allowances if certain performance targets are met. So we're exploring whether those are economically viable, how they play out in the marketplace, what we think is possible with those right now, and we're in the middle of the process of doing that. I'll talk a little bit more about that as I go on.
Could you give me an example of what you just said?
Sure. I guess right now our zoning code allows in one of our zones, for instance, a 4-story building.
Yeah.
And don't take this literally because I think there's nuance to it, but many community members have said, we think the scale of the 4-story building is too big. We would be more comfortable on our street with a 3-story building, and we think that's the development you ought to be aiming for in the long run. But they've also suggested that that there is a need for affordable housing in the community. There's a need for public plazas and urban spaces and other things that meet community benefits or community objectives, and they'd be willing to have larger buildings if there was some of those programs integrated into the building. So we're trying to structure a zoning bonus provision that achieves some of those benefits. Does that make sense?
Do you start from where we are now, or do you ratchet it down and allow buyback?
Yeah.
Or do you both?
Yeah.
Well, it's a question of what the bonuses are. I think.
Just
That's
one at a
really the
time
issue.
here. Okay, we're going to start Catherine and Michelle, then Howard,
Well,
Karen.
isn't that potentially kind of a down zone or downgrade of the zone, and then what are the ramifications of that?
And we are looking at what the ramifications of that are. I mean, one could potentially construe it that way, but we want to, the part of what our challenge here is to try to fine tune this to make sure that we're not doing that and that we're actually doing it in a way that still allows the development to occur. So we're really looking at the economics and the value of the FAR and what folks would be willing to do to achieve that additional FAR.
Michelle? Oh, go ahead.
Just real quick, I was just saying, and I'm sure you're aware of this, but if you're also going to then be doing step backs on the backside or a mid block, and then you really are taking FAR if you're also taking height.
We need to look at all that. Yeah, we're in the process of that right now.
Comment, I think that Bellevue is doing that, number 3-1 in their downtown zone, so you might talk to them about how it's working on the ground.
Great, yes, thanks.
Howard?
Well, I raised the
Karen?
question.
Yeah.
Welcome, Karen.
Thank you. Thank you. Glad you didn't hold the meeting for me. But I appreciate being able to get here, at least sort of here. I have a question, and this may not be the proper place for it, so this is okay, maybe. I'm not really sure, but I'm confused by the term community benefit because different communities have different benefit needs. So we have many, many communities in Portland that have very, very specific, what I would call differentiated benefit needs. So when you talk about allowing for bonuses for community benefits, what is your formula for determining what that particular community's benefits are supposed to be? And how will you know you got there?
In the context of this zoning code provision, we're looking at a fairly specific menu of things that we would define as community benefits. So that would be a particular affordability level or a particular amount of open space or a particular amount of affordable commercial space. So it would be a citywide definition of things that citywide we believe are of benefit. That isn't the same as a community benefit agreement, which is more locally defined. We are having discussion about giving bonus for a locally defined benefit agreement as well, but that's a little bit different than a citywide prescription. So I just wanted to make that distinction.
I'm just hoping that you allow for that because we do, as commissioners, live in different communities that have different needs. And I get the idea of having something that's global because you have to make this manageable. I understand that. But I hope that within the context of individual communities, including areas of affordability, that there's that opportunity to listen to what actually benefits that part of Portland.
Maggie?
So we approved in the West Quadrant plan increased height. So my fear is maybe we made the wrong decision. Maybe because density bonuses are most valuable in the central city. If we set such a high height limit, no one's going to take advantage of it now. Are we now unable to change those heights if we find out that in fact the height limits were too high to actually achieve these community benefits using density bonuses?
Well, so we are undertaking a study in the central city right now of how the economics of a bonus system in the central city.
Mhm.
So, and the principle that you sent forward with the West Quadrant plan in particular was additional FAR where we allowed it, which was just a few places, and additional height needs to be linked to some bonus provision.
Okay.
So the economics are going to tell us the options to bring back to you to say, in these situations, we think this can work, and here's what it can produce, and still not and unacceptably distort the economics of what you're trying to accomplish in the central city so that nothing gets built. So that's a study that's underway, and it's going to look different than I think we think. The result will look different than we think it does today, but there's still we're still optimistic that some form of housing bonus in the central city in particular can work. And in the neighborhoods, you may not have enough FAR really to get a useful housing bonus, but some of those other public benefits in a given situation might be more attainable, but that study is underway as well. So I don't think we'll find that we've set them too high, that they're unattainable. That will really depend on what kind of bonuses we come up with and how hard those are to attain. And then, the one last dilemma is what a commercial office building might be able to use for a bonus and what a residential building might be able to use for a bonus are going to be overlapping but different. And so all that's coming back to you.
And what's the date that that's coming back to us?
Well,
In an update?
the bonus study is done, the technical part of the bonus study is done in March. So for the central city, it comes back with the central city code packages, which I think we're publishing our discussion draft hopefully by January 2016. So we have a time.
You'll see the mixed use outside the central city first.
So,
and we're trying to reconcile that we take the similar approach with bonuses.
Mike, you have a question?
I actually like my proposal, and I'm hopeful that will provide an opportunity in mixed-use centers to look at something akin to Seattle has a green factor, which gets to the issue of integrating a more green infrastructure in mixed-use centers, and so I'm hopeful that'll be part of the conversation.
I would also, part of the concern that I've heard from communities is the lack of control. And so I didn't see specifically issues addressing control of their community from that standpoint. And I mean, I get the notification, but that's not control. And so it seems to me this mixed use ought to address control in some fashion. And I'm not saying that they get a kill switch, but some kind of control to the development. And maybe that's part of the community benefits component, but that, I don't know. I didn't see that, so I was.
So what do you mean by control, like design review or something?
Well, yeah, I mean, communities have concerns about, the height. A lot of concerns that may be legitimate, not legitimate, about the design, whatever, but I don't see, other than notification, an ability for a community to have any say in their development in their community. And we heard loud and clear that that's a concern. That's a concern at City Council. How do they? I don't want to put a kill switch in here, but I do want to have some ability for a community through some bonus or some method of this to say, hey, I don't like that development, and maybe you got to jump through another hoop. And I don't know what that hoop is. I'm not saying that
our
hoop has to be
approach,
real high.
a little bit of this circled approach relates to that, and that is that if we can get to a list of what generally the community believes are some goods that they want, and make that into a menu, that by this third approach here, we are essentially saying you need to do some of those good things. There is a by right allowance there in that gray area that's a little bit lower than today that you can do and avoid that. But if you want to get that full sort of 4-story building, not to be literal, but you know, in one of those zones it will be 4 stories, that there is that piece. And one of the bonus provisions, especially on large sites that we've explored, is achieving bonus through a community benefit agreement that is more locally defined. So it would create a tool that, you know, wouldn't be mandatory to use. So it's not a kill switch, but it would provide an incentive if someone had an opportunity site with a lot of potential. It would provide an incentive to talk to the community and come up with a plan. And that's, you know, it's tricky.
I also probably underrepresented the neighborhood notification. We're exploring something beyond just pure notice. We've talked about maybe expanding that for, you know, a couple of meetings at least, to have some kind of a dialogue so neighbors have an opportunity to at least learn about development and potentially influence it. But we are trying to strike that balance between what do we allow by right and what do we allow with review and neighborhood input as well. Should I go ahead and
Catherine?
Well, do you have more to get through?
just a couple more slides?
I'll let you get through, and then I'll wrap up with some questions.
Yeah, so I just wanted to outline the 4 zones. You know, we talked about scale. We have this commercial mixed-use one, which is small scale, really geared around a 3-story kind of maximum height level. This would be kind of the replacement of a neighborhood commercial zone, would be applied in isolated small sites, maybe in those mixed-use dispersed areas, or along small-scale neighborhood corridors, places of that nature. The mixed-use commercial 2 is a 4-ish story zone. I say 4-ish stories because the bonuses would allow additional height, but we have tried to tailor the zone height limits at the street wall based on right-of-way width. I'll talk about that in more detail in a moment, but it would be a replacement for the CS-type zone. The large-scale zone, the CM3, is really modeled around the EX and the CX zones. It's essentially a 6-story zone with a bonusable 7th story, which is very similar to the CX zone as an option. Again, we're tailoring the height at the street wall and step backs based on right-of-way width, or we're proposing to do that. And then the commercial employment zone is a 4-story-ish zone that would be a replacement for the general commercial zone, which would allow a broader variety of auto-accommodating uses. And employment uses, yeah. Eric mentioned this earlier. I just wanted to put up this comprehensive plan and zone relationship table that shows the types of zones that might be allowed in those different areas that you just investigated in the comprehensive plan designation discussion. So there was some discussion about mixed-use neighborhood designations, and those would primarily be places where we would apply the CM1, CM2, and potentially the commercial employment zone. For instance, the mixed-use civic corridor could have any of those zones, and as could the mixed-use urban center. And one of the challenges we're dealing with and we'll need to address is when we have this one-to-many relationship between comprehensive plan designations and zones, we'll need to identify and define the appropriate locations for application of those zones and enhance our approval criteria for quasi-judicial zone changes in conformance with the plan designation. Right now, the approval criteria really focuses on adequacy of services, and we'll need to go beyond that.
So we really sort of need to move on too, if we can.
The last thing I'll point out here is that the sizes of the zones, and one of the key things that we just discussed here earlier was this notion of a base level of allowed development and then a bonusable level. And this table shows you what those are with floor area ratios at a lower level for the base and a higher level achievable with bonuses. A new notion with these zones is that unlike our current commercial zones, residential development would be included in the floor area ratio calculations. Right now, residential is exempted from that, which is effectively gives a bit higher floor area ratio than the code allows as a stated floor area ratio. But I won't go over these numbers in detail given that we have limited time. So we also have a bonus table. We can talk about that at a later date. And we're also proposing an overlay zone to be applied within specific areas within those centers. So I think I'll leave it at that and turn it back over to
And I want to just remind you what the initial question was, is you're going to get a hearing on all these details, but we wanted to just give you a flavor of some of the issues that we're grappling with at the advisory committee level. You know, that table of how do you do the bonuses is kind of core to the question, and we're actively discussing that in the advisory committee. To what extent do we have the ability to give any of those bonuses, and do they pencil out? It's kind of the you know, because they need to be doable by and financially for anyone to use them. Right. So really the question at this stage is, excuse me, you're talking about the comp plan map that designates that higher level layer. And the question relates to, do you see enough progress in the discussion of this topic to be comfortable with where you're going with the comp plan map, recognizing that the details of these design and form questions are still pending, but that's kind of, it's more of a process question at this point. Are you comfortable with that sequencing? Council is still going to get the code before they have to adopt all this, and it all goes into effect at the same time eventually after the code is done. So I'll stop talking and let you talk about this and then wrap it up.
You had some questions?
I would just add that the height and bulk that we're talking about are probably not likely to change, but we are still working through the formulas of the FAR calculations. We'll bring that back.
So we're just trying to see if we're comfortable with the timelines really and the progress you've made so far and where you're going to end up relative to our comp plan progress. So some comments on that?
Don has one.
Or Howard? You've got your hand
Well,
up.
one of the last slides you went by was the bonus slide, where you were talking about affordable housing, some other things, and just flipped by it. I didn't get a good look at it. We'll want to take a really good look at that and have comment about it, because I saw it and it went away way too quickly.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is really just the parameters we're testing
that slide.
testing at this point in time, but these are not firmed up at all.
Okay. Catherine?
Thanks. I'm going to, so they can move my question to the next segment because it will tie into both. I will just say real quickly, in general, extremely supportive of a moving forward together and extremely supportive of the mixed use kind of zoning overall effort. I work in a lot of jurisdictions where you wouldn't believe how much I fight over and over again to just be able to put a little bit of commercial underneath a residential product. And it's so great to just see us embracing that concept.
Don?
A quick comment. I agree with all this too, and support what Catherine just said. When we think about bonuses, usually we think about improvements or things we do on-site. I would really encourage us to think about what we can do off-site too to earn bonuses. A lot of times it could be filling in gaps on sidewalks. I'm thinking of East County examples. Safe routes to school, safety improvements around a site. So can sometimes have more community benefit than anything you might do on-site. So I'd encourage you to kind of broaden thinking about that in terms of bonuses.
Chris?
So we had, the onslaught of neighborhoods who asked us for 90 days between the release of the zoning and their chance to testify on this. Do you feel like those folks are now adequately informed about the proposal and are engaged in developing feedback on it?
I think many are engaged. I suspect many would still want more time to testify. So I don't want to represent that the issue has gone away. I think what we're saying is that inevitably you've got to get the policy before the code, but it all kind of comes together.
Any other comments? I'm comfortable with where you're going. I have the concern about timing and really of the policy and whether or not, I mean, I know the community is going to ask for more time and we'll have to deal with that, but whether or not we, as the commission, understand the policy well enough and its integration and impacts into the community to be able to move forward with the comp plan. because this, to me, is a key component. And so if we have, I mean, we just barely touched this and this thing lit up. And so I guess I'm concerned about, we get into a deep discussion of this as a commission and get bogged down, and we still have the community to hear from. We've got a problem in the comp plan progress. So I'm not saying, don't go fast and go hard at this, I think, and get us something so that we can digest it and kind of come back and have a good discussion, because this is, I think, key to the comp plan and what the neighborhoods look like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why we've made this relationship as clear as we can. You will get a little bit of another chance to discuss this with us when you have your final deliberation on the comp plan, because you'll have the policies in front of you, and at that time we should have an early draft of the code concept that still won't be the final draft that will come to you, but we'll be getting closer to having a position on these items. So we may want to take that temperature again when we get to that point. But,
okay.
So by way of where we are on tonight's agenda, we're dealing with question D. There's two other things, and Joe has already called time on this, so I think we need to move to the next topics. But so what we have not accomplished yet on this staff report tonight is question E, and then we have not gone through at a great level of detail any of the policy items that we had flagged at the very end of the report. So what I want to do is probably it makes sense to put question E on a future agenda, and we'll work on when that is. And then the policy questions at the end, what I'd like to do is get confirmation if there is a need to discuss these in detail beyond the things we've already talked about today, for you all to do that through email with a note to staff, and then we can gauge how much of this we need to bring back versus how much you're just comfortable with.
You've received a few comments on some of these already.
A few, but most of them were more on the general consent list, not so much this list. So I guess the homework I'm asking for is take a look again at this list at the end of the mixed use or centers and corridors staff report, and send us an email if there are other items there that you haven't already checked or identified for further discussion, and we will cluster that into a discussion for one of those future agendas.
Are there specific items that people had on these that they would like to take off?
No, my concern was more.
For question E, it's not question E, it's gentrification. That's a big deal. How are we gonna handle that?
We're gonna come back. They're gonna put it on a future work session.
All right, because just
we're not dropping it.
It's not good enough.
Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna come back to that question at a future work session whenever you can schedule it. Okay. Are there specific
Didn't assume
items?
I could just say, are you all good with that? Let's move on. So.
Are there specific items in any of the policies that people had? I had just it was going to be more tied to the question E, that there were some policies relative to some of the nomenclature around underrepresented versus how you're redefining that. So I don't know, will that come back with the question E policy?
I can if you flag that for me right now. I can take a note of that and
then we can always follow up in an email after this.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm writing down the nomenclature
number
around
114.
114, right, okay.
And 115, cultural significance, encouraged awareness.
Okay.
Those things.
And other items on that list?
Process question, are we considering the commercial gentrification and displacement questions tonight, or?
No, we're going to skip it for time, and then they're going to put it on a future agenda item, and they'll bring it back. I don't know when, but we will discuss that as a specific item. And if you have any other items on the policies that you'd like taken out, otherwise we'll move forward with those.
Yeah. And again, anything we're setting forward, including the other stuff from earlier, the first attempt will be to put that on the March 24th agenda. And if that fills up, we'll schedule something else.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think the next session is
non-conforming uses and split zoning.
Deborah Stein is going to lead that.
I love that. I've been waiting for this.
This is going to be a much more nuts and bolts conversation than the earlier ones.
Catherine's been storing up.
Oh, really? Okay. Oops. Bear with me for just a second. Okay. So good evening. I'm Deborah Stein. Okay, never mind. And I'm going to walk you through the nonconforming uses and split zones. So just real briefly, I think you all know what we're talking about, but just to make sure we all are clear. This nonconforming situations are situations where a current use of a property, let's say a retail or office use that occurs now, does not match the way the property is zoned or designated. And that could be for a variety of reasons how that was created. Split zones are situations where there's one ownership that's divided by two zones or two designations, so that it often creates kind of a burden for property owners for future redevelopment. So what we'll be talking about this evening are ways that we're addressing these situations in various places in the city. Just to note, though, we're only going to be talking about commercial situations. There are also a number of residential situations where the density doesn't match what the zoning allows, and we'll be talking about those at the residential density session on March 10th. So tonight it's just mixed use and commercial. So in your staff report, we go into a little bit more about what these situations are, what they mean, how these situations were created in the first place. I'm not going to go into that now. I do want to touch just for a brief second on why these are important to address, though, in the comprehensive plan. And the short answer to that is that there are avenues for property owners to address these on their own, either through a quasi-judicial map change, and that's quite expensive to do on your own, something like $32,000. So there's a cost barrier for somebody to address their situation on their own. The other alternative route is to do what's called nonconforming situation review. And that does not result in a change to the map, but it does allow for a commercial use to continue if a property owner can demonstrate that the use pre-existed when the zoning was applied, that it was legitimate at the time that the retail use, let's say, was created, and that it has continued without interruption for a number of years. And so that situation is triggered at the time that, let's say, a property owner wants to come in and get new permits to do some improvements or expansion. They're often surprised when they get to the counter and are told, oh, you have to go through this situation review, which then requires the property owner to do the documentation to show how and when the retail use was created in the first place, prove that it hadn't been interrupted by anything in the meantime. So it's a fairly onerous process for an individual to have to do on their own. Not as expensive as a map change, but still a fair amount of documentation. So we have an opportunity through the comprehensive plan update to take a look and sort of do a big cleanup of these situations on behalf of all these property owners who are stuck in these situations. So it's a really good opportunity to do that. That said, we know we're not catching all of them. We're addressing in this plan the situations we're aware of because they've come to our attention either through the Bureau of Development Services or through our own sort of on-the-ground knowledge of what's out there. But we know there are more that we aren't catching now. And one of the things I mentioned in the staff report, and I'll mention to you all tonight, is one of the ideas we've had is to create a new ongoing process, perhaps an annual or biannual process, similar to the recap process where we do an annual or biannual sort of catch up and let's say what needs to be cleaned up and do it all at once through a legislative process. And I think that would be a really important kind of practice to get into to be able to catch some of these situations so that the property owners aren't burdened. Another thing that's addressed in the staff report in a fair amount of detail is our methodology. how staff approach this exercise. And again, a lot of these came to our attention through either Bureau of Development Services or through our own on-the-ground knowledge. And then in addition, we heard a number of people through their testimony say, we've got a situation too we'd like you to address. So we've applied the same methodology, which is outlined in your staff report, as a systematic way to sort of review each case that came before us. We applied the same methodology when we did our original proposal that you saw in July and when we looked at testimony that came in afterwards. And so that methodology is outlined in the report. As systematic as I think we were, it's not a perfect algorithm. It's not that you plug in the information and you always get the same answer. And a couple of the examples I'm going to bring forward for you to discuss are where sometimes the context is just a little bit different and you have to really look at the situation. It's not always a clear-cut answer whether we want to make the map change or not. So those are the kinds of things I'll bring to you tonight. One of the things we did focus on, because we knew there were non-conforming uses and split zones all across the city. So we did hone in particularly on those that are in centers and corridors, because we thought if we're going to use this opportunity to make these adjustments, let's make sure we're doing them in the places where we want to see more mixed use. We want to see these kinds of mixed use holes, but also any commercial gaps in neighborhoods, that this was a good opportunity to fill it. But for the most part, we looked at centers and corridors. Okay, so let's start. So testimony, we did get a variety of testimony. Just very generically, we got testimony from property owners who are asking us to address their property to fix it, either fix the non-conforming situation or fix the split zone. We also got a lot of testimony from neighbors, and it fell into one of these categories. In some cases, neighbors proposed to fix a property down the street because they were aware that it was a non-conforming situation. We also got some support from neighbors saying, yes, we love this little neighborhood-based store and we want it to be legitimized, so please, we support that property owner's request to change it. We also got a fair amount of neighbor response to some of the things that staff proposed in the original July proposal. So you'll hear about some of that testimony this evening. And then again, we had some neighbor opposition to a property owner's request that came in through testimony. I also want to note that we did get a fair amount of urging from Bureau of Development Services to address as many of these situations as possible, because it's Bureau of Development Services staff that often encounters the property owner at the counter who says, what, I didn't know that I need to go through this process just to get my building permit. And so they hear a lot of sob stories, they hear a lot of situations where they're really interested, Bureau of Development Services is interested in us fixing as many of these where it's appropriate to do so. So we did get some support from them as well. Oops, wrong direction. So we're going to start with non-conforming uses. I have a table in the staff report starting on page 9 where we've grouped all the non-conforming situations by sort of typology, and there are 4 categories. The first category, and it's probably I think it is by far the largest, is situations where there's a property that is zoned or designated for residential use. It's currently used for commercial use. It's a commercial building, and it would, by changing the zone, it would just be extending an existing stretch of mixed use. So it's adjacent or contiguous to a mixed use area. The second category are places that are kind of dispersed on their own, but near another mixed use area. They're similarly built as commercial structures, have a commercial use, but for whatever reason at some point they were rezoned to residential and they want to change to mixed use. The third category are dispersed properties where they're completely surrounded by residents, and we'll look at 2 examples that fit that description. And then the fourth category are non-conforming uses operated out of structures that are houses. They're zoned for residential, they're houses, but there's a legal commercial use operating out of the houses. And so it's slightly different because you look at those situations a little bit differently than if the structure is already built as clearly a commercial building. So I'm going to show you a couple examples to discuss that are in the first and the third category. So the first one that we're going to talk about is nonconform use. And what I think I'll do is I'm going to talk about 3 examples, and then I'll open it up. I'll pause for discussion, and you can talk about any of these or any others that are in the same category. So this first example is in Buckman on 14th and Stark. And this is an example. Let's see if hopefully you can. I'm not sure how to use this. So this white building here, this is Washington and Monroe. This is Stark, and this is 14th. So if you're able to see on the map, there are some cross-hatched areas. All of this is cross-hatched as because it's currently zoned and designated for mixed use, and in our proposal, we're continuing the mixed use. In our July proposal, we added these 2 properties, which are, and I'll show you these. Oops, sorry, I keep doing that. So this is one corner, which is currently zoned for residential, but is clearly a restaurant. It's been operating as a restaurant. It's built as a commercial structure. And across the street is this other building on the corner, and it's a brick building, again, built as a commercial structure, but zoned for residential. So our July proposal showed those 2 structures to be rezoned for mixed use, to add to the adjacent mixed use area. We also then noticed that this building, which is adjacent to the brick building I just showed you, we had not caught in our original proposal, but because it is sort of a commercial structure as well, staff had proposed to add this to the proposal for mixed use based on the testimony we got from the property owner. We also got a request to change this house, which is set back, but it actually has frontage on Stark as well. So the staff proposal was to go ahead and include all of those, to keep the proposal we already had, which was for the 2 corners, and to add this blue building as mixed use. We did get quite a bit of testimony, however, and I'm going to go back to this just so you see the context. So again, these 2 are part of our original proposal, and this right here, staff was proposing to add to make that red as well for commercial. No, that one is that blue. The property that's outlined in red here is that blue building, that sort of warehousey building, and then the house that I showed you is on this corner right here. We're not proposing to change the house, but we are proposing to change all of the buildings that are built as commercial. But I do want to note we had quite a bit of testimony, including some that came in today. So you haven't seen this yet, and as Eric mentioned, testimony is still coming in, and some of that may influence some of your thinking as you see additional testimony. It could influence staff as well. But we do have some testimony that staff has seen from Buckman, and I just wanted to convey some of the concerns from them, not only about this additional property we're now proposing to add, but about these 2 as well. And so some of the notes they said are that they see this as a residential neighborhood. Stark is not a transit street. It's sort of a small-scale collector. So there's no transit there. And there's a concern about oversaturating this area with commercial uses. They feel that with what's happening now on Washington Monroe, which is now proposed for office and a concert venue, and they feel that this neighborhood is already fairly well served by commercial. They don't feel they're commercial deficient. And so I think that there's a strong concern about the cumulative impact of additional intensity and commercial uses here. There's also a concern on this block, that if we were to expand to this additional property, it increases the potential or likelihood of something very monolithic and large if it were all redeveloped. And I think that they kind of like the current scale where these one-story buildings and more of a nuanced scale and integrating with the residential character. And the longer the stretch of uninterrupted mixed use, the more potential for a monolithic building. And there's also concerns about any new development being more expensive than what's there now. So it's a concern that those buildings, those existing buildings, aren't necessarily going to stay once we designate it for mixed use. It could be converted and redeveloped. Of course, that's also true with the current R1. There's nothing that says those current buildings have to remain. So we have to remember, as we look at the land use designation, it doesn't preserve anything that's on the ground exactly as it is. It can be redeveloped as R1, it can be redeveloped for mixed use. And so that's part of the decision we'd be making on that one. So let me move on to, all right, I've got to learn how to find the right arrow here. The next example, very different kind of situation. This is an example in Rose City Park where the purple is a R5 corner. It is, and it's currently built with this, developed with this restaurant here on the corner of Halsey and 53rd. This is number 1-28 in your table. So staff supported changing this corner property from R5 to mixed use because this restaurant does have legal nonconforming status. It's operating legally as a business. It's a structure that appears to be a commercial structure. It's located near a park. It serves a neighborhood function. The scale seems quite right. And so staff did support this change. We did get testimony in support from a neighbor and somebody else, also a neighbor, who said they support this with the condition that if it were to be redeveloped for residential and commercial, that we would require parking for any residential units. But we did get opposition from Rose City Park Neighborhood Association. And I think their concerns about this particular property is they like it just the way it is, but by changing the land use designation to mixed use, they see the potential for larger scale mixed use development that they don't want to see here.
And the property's currently R5, correct?
It's currently R5. This is a similar situation. This is, Mike, this is reference number 1-29. It's on Southeast Herald, just east of Lentz. And it's a similar situation in that it's entirely surrounded. I think this, whoops, maybe that does show it better. It's hard to see, but it's a R5 neighborhood, and then the red square here is a little neighborhood market, which you can see here. Now this is a little different, and staff, I will tell you honestly, staff struggled with this one a little bit because it has some similarities to the previous situation where we had a pretty strong recommendation to go ahead and change the mixed use. Here we had a slightly different thought about it, but I really want to bring this forward to you for discussion because it's kind of tricky. It's a little bit more auto-dependent, as you can see from this larger parking lot here than the previous example, where you could see maybe it was more of a neighborhood-serving, pedestrian kind of restaurant. Here, I think that its location would suggest it's probably an auto destination, although I don't think that's necessarily true, but I think that seems to be true here. So it may not be filling an immediate neighborhood need for commercial use. There have been questions about what kinds of uses here. This is a little neighborhood market. It could be any kind of mixed use, which is always something to consider when we change mixed use, is we can't necessarily dictate what kind of use, what kind of retail. And so there are lots of things allowed in the retail sales and service category that are desirable, and lots of things that many neighbors might think aren't desirable. That's not something really we can control. So it can be a consideration or not, but that would be true across the board. We did get testimony, though, in support of this change, and I think this is compelling, from not only the property owner, but also for some neighbors, including a member of the East Portland Action Plan who works in East Portland and did provide some supporting testimony. So even though in staff report I think we had recommended against changing this, to me that testimony now tells me maybe it's a worthwhile change, because the support is that this is a longstanding commercial use in the neighborhood in a location that is a little bit less served by neighborhood uses. Lentz Town Center is just across the freeway. It's a little bit of a schlep, but it is there. But this is an area that's a little isolated and residential. It's a little trickier situation, I think.
There were a clarification, just so I have this right in my head. The changes you're proposing are changes in the comp plan designation or in the actual zoning?
Well, I'm glad you asked that because right now we're talking about comprehensive plan designation. We do have another situation where I'm going to propose that we consider one kind of designation but a different zone, and so that isn't necessarily always going to be the same. It is an option for us, for you, to propose two different things because the zoning is what's allowed today. Comprehensive plan provides a longer-term vision of what we want to see that proper move to. And I'll show you when we get to the QFC example where we're proposing a differential there.
Again, just so I'm clear, can we actually change zoning in this process, or is that a separate legislative action?
It is a separate action. We're going to be following up what we've been calling the Task 5 Comp Plan Implementation Projects. The zoning map is one of those. Sometimes it's hard not to talk about both at the same time, so we can have the conversation if there seems like there's an important distinction to be making as part of your decision. I would flag that, and then the decision, though, actually will come in the Task 5. So you can kind of state your intent where it's important to differentiate. I think the default assumption is comprehensive plan and zoning are going to be the same, but there may be situations where we very deliberately want to set them to be different, and then I think it's worth talking now if it helps make a decision about the comp plan. Does that help?
Howard?
So what happens to these people who petition for a zone change and it's not going to happen? This is now a non-conforming use according to you people.
Yes, I'm pretty
What
sure
happened?
that
Do they
this
have to-
particular one I'm not sure that this owner has gone through the process to get it formally recognized through the situation review, so I'd have to check on that. For those that already have legal non-conforming status, they're fine. If you decide not to change the land use designation, they're fine. They can continue to operate. The burden on the property owner is if they come in for a building permit or some kind of improvement, they have to demonstrate they haven't had a break in continuity of use of that property as a commercial use. So it's a little bit of a burden at the time of improvements or permits. In the meantime, they can keep operating. So it's not an immediate burden. It could be a longer-term burden on them.
So let's start back on 1-3, which is the southeast start between 14th and 15th.
Okay, and I'll...
Huh? Are you done?
Yeah, those are the three that I wanted to talk about for non-conforming. So you are ready to discuss.
So let's start with that one. Any comments? Leave it? Change it?
My only question is, did the owner of the blue building ask for the change, or is this something we just decided
Yes.
to do? Okay.
No, the owner of the blue building did ask to be added to the proposal that we had already proposed.
Describe to me again why we want to do the blue building. I'm probably comfortable with everything else. I'm just
Yeah, I would say the blue
concerned.
building isn't quite as clear-cut for me as a decision. I think that I would feel much more strongly about the other two because they're clearly built as commercial structures. The blue building is a little bit more like a little mini warehouse. So
seems like a garage, and I mean, it
yeah.
just seems.
It looks, my guess is it would
I guess
be
I-
redeveloped whether we change the land use designation
Designation
or
or not,
not, but I
yeah.
don't know that. That's speculation on my part. Yeah, so it's really, I think some of the testimony, excuse me, Karen, for just a second, but I think some of the testimony about the continuous space of the block is, do we want to extend a stretch and have a more continuous, for some that would be the appealing thing is to have a more continuous stretch. Clearly from some of the Buckman testimony, that's what they don't want to see. So I think that's
I would be concerned now you just have the house that's set back, just sitting there, and this would give you a true break, I guess, if you don't do the blue property. It gives you more space on that block. Because otherwise you just have that one house.
You want me to
that's-
show that slide again? Is that helpful?
Are those four corners where that house is all like are they more multifamily residential? They look like fairly good-sized buildings.
I'm sorry, in the four corners.
So the house that would be, or the structure that would be, north was up to the east, I'm guessing, and then to the south?
Yeah, I think they're, let's see.
So
I
at the
can't really
intersection
tell
of
from this, but.
Yeah, they
they're
look
larger.
multifamily.
Yeah, I think they might be multifamily.
And you know, this is
And
R1.
it's R1, so it's apartment,
So
zoned
what
for
you,
apartments.
so a relevant question to ask here, especially given the testimony the community's raised, is what typically gets built on that size, if we're just talking about the blue building, that size lot in an R1 situation in Buckman? And I don't really know the answer to that, but two parcels together, you can see the answer to that because that's sort of what's developed on the other corners. R1 is, so.
Yeah.
So you could put a.
It's a
duplex,
multifamily.
A multifamily facility, which would be fine. I mean, that kind of fit the neighborhood, right?
And I think, again, some of the Buckman testimony was they like the R1 for this neighborhood, and they want to keep it residential. They don't feel like they want to necessarily expand the commercial uses because they feel like they have plenty of commercial opportunities in the neighborhood, so they didn't feel like they were deficient and needed more. So I think that keeping that blue property R1 is a perfectly legitimate option there.
I don't know what other people think. Karen?
So I just had a process question, if you don't mind. And this could be because I'm a little late to the party, but are we doing an exercise here, like that you're taking us through 3 examples of the 4 examples you have? So like when you say, hey, let's look at this and what do you guys think about that? And some of us are saying yes and some of us are saying no. Is this like for us to kind of practice on looking at these kinds of questions? Are we voting tonight? I mean, what are we doing here when somebody says, yeah, I kind of like that. Yep, looks good to me. I don't know what we're doing.
So, Karen?
Sorry.
No, that's
No,
good
good question. So
I've
we-
been in an arbitration all day.
Oh.
So like,
Well, this is just more of that. So we have this whole list of properties.
Right.
And she's highlighted 3 for us to discuss.
Oh.
But we really have to, at the end of the day, say to these properties as a group, yes, we're in agreement with staff recommendation, or we want to modify that proposal, or we want to pull it off and
Discuss
come
it
back
later.
for a later discussion.
Okay.
So she's highlighted these 3, but we're really looking at the entire list.
And that group of properties, Karen, share characteristics of a
Yeah.
type of
Yeah.
decision you're
I
making.
guess
Yeah.
that from the beginning of the conversation.
Exactly.
I just was wondering, like, as a commission, what are we doing?
Yeah,
Are
and
we
once
making
we get-
decisions about this, are we, right now?
Yeah.
I mean, and so
Ideally, but,
my name's
uh,
going to get called, and I'm going to have to vote.
Right.
No,
I mean,
you're not.
But you're
I
giving
come
us
first.
direction to go forth
Yeah.
and implement what's in the plan according to this table, or not, or bring it back
Okay.
for more discussion.
That's our menu.
No, I saw the menu.
Yeah,
I
and it's
just saw the
tentative because,
menu.
as I mentioned, there is more testimony you might
Come
that might
back.
come in that could change your
Well,
mind
and
about
my
some of this, but
concern
it's
is
sort of what
that-
you know today.
I went to the hearings, and I was at Park Rose High and at Portland Community College, and various people came to us with very specific requests about, hey, I live on 82nd. I've had, you were there. I have this kind of property, and we had 5 people all lined up, Asian families, saying, how are you going to change this so I can continue to live my life and make money? And so are each of those kind of Cody issues that they brought up? I mean, they came and spoke to us. Are we capturing every one of those so that we can come back and talk to those people?
We addressed 82nd earlier in the day.
But
But we are addressing, that's what you're seeing in front of you.
You will,
That's these items.
yeah.
They are coming before us. And what we're doing right now is just making a recommendation for staff
Yeah.
to move
So
forward.
Karen, all of those come back.
Yeah.
That's
All
what-
of them do.
yeah. And-
And
Yeah.
we will have hundreds cumulatively of map decisions. So we're trying to identify, so when you asked about an exercise, essentially we're trying to identify those examples that best exemplify the issues that we think, if you make this decision about this one or this set, you could extrapolate, exactly.
Yes.
So we're trying to do it that way.
Yep.
And the ones where we know there's been a lot of testimony, or where staff was wrestling and we didn't really have a clear decision, those are the ones we're bringing forward to you. A lot of the ones that are in this report are relatively straightforward. In fact, I think that staff just agreed with most of the requests from testimony. So we're not bringing each and every one of those to you. But if you see any of those and you say, I don't agree, then you could pull it out of the set. Okay.
Gary had a question.
Yeah, when I read through the report in advance of the meeting, I was pleased to see that that he had worked out a solution for most people and accommodated most of the requests. And I think the thing of value for me would be to really understand what were the difficult cases, the ones where you didn't come to agreement, or the ones that where there was internal friction.
Okay. We certainly can do that.
Howard, then Michelle.
Yeah, Deborah, I was going to offer you a specific example.
Okay.
I-27 is a Lakeside Gardens request that the owner requested you change and you didn't. And you didn't check it for us to look at. So was the owner okay with that decision? I think that's what Karen's asking.
Okay, and so you're right, I didn't highlight that. I could pull that up and we could talk about that one if you want, because
Well, it's just one
it
where
is one where
you
we
decided against
recommended
the owner,
against it.
and you
Mhm.
didn't bring it to us to concess.
We have a couple of those, so.
Okay, well, I think that's what Karen's asking.
Yeah, so I could pull those up. And I could probably skip the ones, the next set are the split zones, but I think they're fairly straightforward, so I don't think we said no to
Let's
any.
let's
wanna
get
talk about
through
this one.
Let's get through
That-
this
we'll finish
one
this one.
and the other two that you brought up, and
Okay.
then we'll move real quick.
Got it.
So, the blue shed. Everybody seems agreement with the other two corners.
I'm not, so I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Well, Michelle was ahead of me. I don't want to
Go,
get
Michelle.
my place. in
Mine
line.
was just making the general comment that I like the idea of having a system like Recap where this comes up. So the ones that we don't change now, I really like the idea of having a system where we come back without putting the burden on the owner. So as we see how the neighborhood develops, if we didn't change it now, we may say, oh, actually, it does make sense without a huge additional process.
Right, no, I'm glad to hear that.
Okay, so the two corners here, I want to make sure I understand the implications. So they have legal nonconforming status now. They've been through their review. So if they wanted to make an improvement, they could get a building permit. There's no obstacle.
Yeah, they would just have to show that the previous 3 years, there hadn't been any break. Am I saying
So-
that right? I think I'm getting that right, yeah.
Pretty low burden.
Yeah.
So if the neighborhood's concern is, they don't want these to develop into greater intensity, the neighborhood's really not protected, right? Because they could come in with a building permit to do, how are they limited versus if we gave them the commercial zoning they're looking for? Yeah.
It's mostly the use, Chris, the mass in those two zones are pretty much the same. So the size of the building is pretty much the same.
I'm going to invite staff up to jump in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marty.
So this is Marty Stockton, our Southeast liaison.
Hi there. So, as a former Bureau of Development Services staff planner, in really facing property owners across the counter and dealing with these situations, it's not so much the burden at the city, although we do definitely make property owners jump through multiple hoops to document their property. It is, and again, this is a little bit of what we've heard at the counter. It's not that I have necessarily gone with a property owner to a bank, but my understanding is that it can be very difficult for a property owner with a non-conforming commercial use to get financing. And so unless people have a lot of money disposable to them to make improvements on these properties, it's very difficult. And so I just wanted to emphasize that. Additionally, just getting back to our methodology, we, when we were doing a pretty substantial query to find these particular properties, we were able to do so through public registry files and through nonconforming situation reviews. The tricky thing is so many nonconforming commercial uses are documented through building permits. And there is no way for staff to do a query to find those. And so thankfully, we were able to depend on a lot of property owners and neighbors through testimony to bring forward many, many more. And so we have quite a substantial set of nonconforming commercial uses in this proposal. The blue garage, it did receive, the reason why we didn't catch it is because the documentation of the garage has been through building permits. In 2009, it did receive a sign permit from the city for it was Lisa's stained glass.
So there was an individual that was running an art studio business out of this in 2009. So I just wanted to flag for you that while the garage does not have a public registry permit nor a nonconforming situation review, there is some status of documentation through building permits that there has been a business in this garage.
Okay, so let me get to what I think the policy choice is here. So, you know, the restaurant uses whatever can continue. That's not an issue. The neighborhood doesn't mind them. The neighborhood doesn't want more intensity on these lots, right? And it sounds like if we don't change the designation, while it's possible they could develop at greater intensity, there are lots of practical barriers in the real world, right? So this is essentially a trade-off of probably increasing the value of the land for the property owner versus respecting the neighborhood's desire not to have this area intensify, right? Is that a good
Okay.
summary?
I have a question then on the intensification part of that, because if it's a legal nonconforming use and it's a one-story restaurant, but I'm allowed a multifamily apartment, couldn't I put a several-story apartment building on it as a matter of right? So you may end up with something more intense.
Right, and but Deborah's saying it's, if it's residential, you could replace it with a bigger.
Allowed by right,
Right.
which is larger.
Right, but the neighbor didn't necessarily say they didn't want more residential intensity, they said they'd want more commercial intensity, right? So I guess it's just not obvious to me why we're favoring the property owner's property value against the neighborhood's desire for what form of development they want. It's not obvious, it's not an obvious answer, there's a trade-off there.
It was a commercial business at one time.
Speaking to the
It
mic
could be
there,
a
Howard.
commercial business again, and I think because it was, there's a precedent for retaining that.
Well, and it can be retained without making any zone change.
Well,
Did we take the zoning? At some point in time, was the commercial zoning removed from the block?
Yes,
So-
it could have been quite a while ago. And that's, and I think that the situation with the building on the, this one right here, that's on the corner, the brick building on the corner, this one is currently vacant. It's currently vacant, this one. But clearly was built as a commercial building. And so if it were to stay vacant, it could not revert to a commercial use.
So this property is owned by the Bastash family, and I know I always pronounce it incorrectly, which is in a family trust. The family patriarch passed away within the past year, 18 months or so. This used to be the bakery for the neighborhood. The Bastash family was a German family, and this was the bakery in the Buckman neighborhood. The property is for sale because of the fact that we're in a probate situation. And so all the tenants were evicted October 1st. And so to my knowledge, the building is vacant as of October 1st.
So for this one, I'm going to suggest we continue the discussion later and move on to the next.
Okay.
Next one.
All right,
We want
thank you,
an
Randy.
easier one.
We did start with the hard one.
Let's go to 128. 1-28.
Which one's 120?
That was 5250 Northeast Halsey Avenue.
Oh, okay, sorry, okay. Okay, so this is the restaurant. And again, Rose City Park Neighborhood Association opposed, but there was other neighborhood testimony in favor of the change.
So the thing here to me is just, it's R5, and you could develop residential duplex or something on the corner. So it seems like it has potential there. I'm not sure why we'd want to put commercial.
Well, it's already,
Well,
it's operating
it's
as a
already
restaurant.
there, but
yeah.
why long-term, if we look long-term, why we would want to?
Well, I think this is a situation where you would want to look and say, is this a good location for it? You can see there's nothing immediately around it. It kind of fills a little bit of a commercial gap in a lovely neighborhood here near a park. And it seems to be one of those sort of small-scale neighborhood-serving restaurants.
On
So,
Collector Street, too.
pardon me?
It's on a Collector Street, Deborah?
Yes.
Teresa?
Okay, so I've spent time in that neighborhood. Lots of neighbors go to that little place to have coffee and lunch. And Halsey's kind of a busy street, but there's really nothing there for a long way. So it's a nice use of that space. I think the neighbors use it a lot.
I think in this discussion's illustrating another principle, sort of, that there are these places that are just scattered around in vestiges, and if they stay occupied, they can keep going, or we can just, we have been asked, even when we were looking at the distribution of commercial uses, to find ways to introduce more of that kind of thing in the neighborhoods in the future. So this is one where I guess the conclusion was it's a good one to keep. And so simplify its life and simplify the life of those who operate it, run the risk of it turning into a commercial use that you may not like, but that's life in the city.
But this also gets to a principle of the one-off. You have one-off in the middle of a residential neighborhood, and that concerns me, especially when you talk about our previous discussion that we never got through, and how neighborhoods look and what they can build and the control they have. A one-off seems to me gets to a, well, I'm familiar with the corner there, and I've been to the store, so I'm not I'm not saying it's not a good store or anything. I'm just saying that as a one-off in the middle of a neighborhood, you have a neighborhood. I think we're on our other discussion when we talk about how you develop that commercial spot now becomes a greater issue than having a continuous block or something of a neighborhood center to look at.
So one thing I didn't say earlier, but I think is kind of an important concept, is the concept of a nonconforming use is that there's, especially in the context of a comprehensive plan update, is we want it eventually to go away. It's sort of like long-term, whatever you apply here. If you say, I want to keep R5, it means we really see this as an R5 neighborhood, and really just exactly what you said. And this is a little anomaly, it's a one-off, and at some point it'll go away because really what we want this to be is a solidly R5 neighborhood. The other way of looking at it is we want to change this because long-term we want to see little pockets of neighborhood serving commercial uses to fill these little isolated holes. And those are both legitimate points of view, but really you are looking at nonconforming uses going away. So this is the opportunity to say, yeah, it's here now, but eventually we want this to be what it should be, which is R5, or no, we see this as a legitimate place to insert a little dispersed pocket of residential, commercial, because it serves this need. And those are the two choices.
Chris?
So I would distinguish this from the prior case. Because in the prior case, the neighborhood made the case, we're adequately served, right? We don't need more intensification. Here, I'd say, this contributes to the services available in the 20-minute walk shed for the neighbors, right? Whereas the other case, that was already adequately populated. So to me, they're different for that reason. I think the small nodes of services available in neighborhoods complements the 20-minute neighborhood strategy. So this makes a lot more sense to me than the prior one did.
Okay. Mike said he agrees with Chris. Okay. Howard, Catherine?
Well, on the other hand, you retain an opportunity in a corner to have a small operation come along and complement this 20-minute idea. I'm kind of with Teresa, to leave something in place that could, in fact, contribute to a little bit of a neighborhood situation is a good idea. And I don't think one-offs, Andre, are necessarily a bad idea in terms of contributing to the little bit of infill. I don't think that's a bad idea.
No. There. Other comments, real quick?
Real quick, I guess my only comment would be is what happens if that goes away and something yucky comes in? And now yep, that's the way it goes in the city, and now it's a triple X shop. I mean, I don't know. So it's a thought.
Okay, so are we good with 128? Yep. I would just add a comment that keep this discussion in mind when we go back to centers and corridors and we start talking about how we control neighborhoods, because this is a classic example of unintended consequences. That guy comes in there and does something you don't want. How does the neighborhood now have an opportunity to get into what he's trying to do? So retail. Yeah.
So it's so one more.
Just thought I.
One more thing to keep in mind, and then we'll go on to the next one, is one of the things you're seeing in the previous one, the Buckman one, is that at one time, basically that whole area that Eric showed us earlier of the inner ring had mixed use zoning. Like the city was nothing but that for a long time in those neighborhoods. And that's why a little bit today they're so rich in terms of their version of this kind of spotty diversity. So it really makes you, we're going to struggle with this to the finish line of how much to control and how much to mix it up. Yeah.
Catherine remembered what she was going to say.
I did. So excited. I am getting tired. That being said, so not to complicate things, but would not another option be, if you don't want to see that corner in the long term be commercial, to change the zoning map today, but leave the comp plan at a residential? So they're in conflict. You purposely leave them in conflict so that the zoning plan allows it today?
I think we cannot do that. We could do the reverse.
You can do the reverse, but
because
not.
the comp
Okay.
plan designation can't be less intense and
Okay.
allow fewer uses than the zoning.
Worth a try.
It was worth a try.
I was with you.
I know.
You have me going.
All right, 1-29.
So this one, again, is similar in that it's a dispersed, completely surrounded by R5. You could argue it's filling a little gap here. This is what the testimony from East Portland neighbors asserted, that it's filling a gap because otherwise they need to go to another place for commercial needs. This is what it looks like. Would you apply the same thinking here or not?
Discussion? Leave it alone? Not change it?
Recommendation or?
Accept the recommendation?
I mean,
Well, our recommendation in the staff report was don't change, but we were very mixed as a staff, I would be honest.
Recommendation is not to
What?
change the zoning.
And that's what I'm saying.
I think this one was hard.
The owners can apply
Okay.
for a zone change.
Okay.
I have a question. Does
Okay.
our existing zoning code allow intensification of a non-conforming use?
Within limits.
So they could develop in that parking lot? I don't have a sense of how big
They-
this is.
Oh, I don't think.
If they are, okay, I'm going to ask my zoning experts, which I am not one of. Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind repeating the question.
Some jurisdictions allow some level of intensification of a legal non-conforming use. So my question is, do we?
So there is a type 2 land use review. It's a non-conforming situation review that we've been referring to that would allow for, number one, a change from use to use. So for example, this is currently retail. So any retail use can go in here outright. But if they wanted to change to an office use, for example, then they would need to go through a type 2 land use review. As far as the expansion, that's something that I would need to double check on. Yeah, I think my understanding is that there can be some reconfiguration on site, but my understanding, and I would want to double check, is that there cannot be
Another expert.
for square footage. Yeah.
Okay.
Pull up a chair.
Have a seat.
Yeah. Thank you. This is Nan Stark.
Hi, I'm Nan Stark. So through the non-conforming situation review, property owner can also request to do an expansion. And they would have to show that they can meet approval criteria, that expansion won't create further impacts from what's there. So, it can be tricky if they are really doubling the size of a restaurant, for example, showing that there'd be less impact in terms of coming and going.
So they're compatibility standards more than anything.
Right.
Okay,
Yep.
that's good.
Okay.
So anyway, it's an option.
So the recommendation on the table is to leave it R5 and make no changes. That's, everyone comfortable? Other comments? We're good.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to split zones. And I think these, well, I thought the others might go faster too, so I'm not going to say this is straightforward.
Yeah.
That's true. So I've got two examples here. Both are situations where there's a retail use where the parking lot is part of the same ownership, but the parking lot associated with the use is in a different zone. This is one that's in Selwood. It's the QFC. You did hear testimony at one of your public hearings about this. You heard a number of testifiers. And the situation here is that the market is here, and then the parking lot is adjacent, and it's in a residential zone, and this is in the commercial zone. And so that parking lot backs up to single-family homes. And the concern that we heard, and so staff had proposed in July to include the parking lot as part of the mixed-use designation. And the opposing testimony said that they didn't like that idea because through the non-conforming regulations in the zoning code, there are conditions, there are regulations that apply to that parking lot that affect hours of operation and trucks and noise, things like that. And so the concern of the neighbors would own outdoor storage as well, so like the recycling or the bottle recycling stuff. So the concern from the neighbors was that they would lose some of the safeguards that are currently imposed through the non-conforming situation section of the zoning code. That would go away if it were all allowed by right. So in this case, staff thought that was compelling testimony. And so we have a little bit of a hybrid recommendation, which is that we would change the comprehensive plan designation to mixed use to say, ultimately, we think this entire site, if it were redeveloped, should be redeveloped as one ownership, and that would be through redevelopment. But in the meantime, while this currently functions as a parking lot associated with a grocery store, we would leave the zoning on that part of the parking lot as residential, so that those safeguards that are now imposed through the zoning code on that portion would stay in place. So we thought that was a good hybrid solution, sort of like cat solution of the.
She's legally using my.
Yeah.
idea.
It's just right.
The opposite.
It's the opposite. Right?
So, comments?
Short-term protections, long-term redevelopment.
Comments?
I think this is a good concept because it enables them in the future to do a more urban store if they redevelop. They can request that comp plan designation to mixed use or whatever you're proposing and do one store that actually fits on the site. This is not a good pattern today. So
Right.
we're kind of acknowledging that by this comp plan designation.
Other comments? I think we're good.
Okay, good. So the next situation is a similar situation, but we have a different recommendation. This is a wine store on Division, and so it's right here. Again, pardon me? What?
You're approaching holy ground here.
We like the wine store. You heard testimony about this as well, and it also has a parking lot that is in the R5 zone, while this is in mixed use. And here's another photo of the store from the corner of Division. This is, I'm sorry, Michael, this is 2-2. Forgive me. And here's a picture of the parking lot. So the parking lot is residential, and this is mixed use. In this case, we didn't hear any testimony from neighbors that there were any impacts with that parking lot abutting against residential. And the orientation of the lots is a little different than the previous example, too. So we felt that just including this parking lot and rectifying the split zone situation made sense. So in this case, we would just recommend full mixed-use designation on the full ownership. Okay.
Are we in? Are we, any comments, or are we good? Keep doing. You're good.
Okay. Great. So we're going to move on to the last example that I have, although we can also talk about others. And this you heard a lot of testimony about. This is Portland Nursery on Southeast Stark. And this is a situation, so you might remember from testimony, it's kind of complicated. If you look at, so this is Stark here. And Mike, this is example number 3-1. 3-1. Okay, so the purple here is the existing mixed-use designation. It exists today, and that's in our current framework, it's CN2, which is sort of small-scale neighborhood commercial. Staff proposed to expand the depth of that commercial onto approximately half of the depth of the Portland Nursery property, which is right here. Because we understood that having just this narrow band just across the frontage wasn't enough to enable the nursery to do some of the reconfiguration and expansion that they would like to do. And they testified about the buildings being out of date and wanting to do some significant renovations. And so their request was to apply the mixed-use zoning and designation to the full ownership, which goes deep into the R5 neighborhood here. So what staff had proposed was this, which is to some degree addresses what the owners had requested, but doesn't fully address what they were looking for, which is full flexibility to redevelop the site as a full ownership. And this is a combination of nonconforming and split zone in this case, because right now this having a nursery retail and sales operation in this part of the zone is not allowed by the residential zone. So this was tricky. One of the things that we have to do in this case, but as with all of the nonconforming uses, is remember that once mixed-use designation and zoning is applied, anything that falls under that category can be built and redeveloped there. So while we may want to see Portland Nursery there forever and ever, it's not a guarantee through the zoning code or through the comprehensive plan designation. And there was some concern about whether other things that might be allowed or would be allowed by mixed-use zoning would be appropriate in this location, which is a fairly residential neighborhood. So staff felt that this was a compromise proposal but doesn't fully address what the owners had requested. In thinking this through, we did some brainstorming as a staff, and we did think that maybe another way of addressing the interests of the nursery would be to change the zoning code to say that this type of scale nursery and its associated retail use could be a conditional use in a residential zone. And I was really struck by some of the testimony we heard that said these kinds of neighborhood scale nurseries are very desirable in our neighborhoods, so that we're not driving out to Boring or Sandy for our nursery needs, but it's actually really nice to have this in our neighborhoods. So it seemed like rather than redesignate the full site for mixed use, this could be another angle, a different way of getting at the same thing. Now, that wouldn't be something you'd be deciding today. It's more like food for thought to plant that seed for a future code update, but it seemed like that might be a really good way to address this need and keep Portland Nursery enabled to do some expansion and reconfiguration on their site.
Comments? Teresa?
How many other nurseries do we have in the city?
Oh, I'm glad you asked
would
that, and I just forgot the
be
answer,
affected?
but there were like 6 or 7 or 8 in residential, and we're actually finding others. We started going through the phone book just to look. But we did find some others, including a few that are in your report, where there were a couple of situations, at least one, I think it was Tony's Nursery. It's in the report, and it was a different situation because it's very linear. They were asking to be changed to mixed use, but it's right along the frontage of the commercial boulevard, and it would be an extension of a commercial area, which is a little different than this one where there's more of a depth into the residential neighborhood that we thought was a different situation than just linear along a commercial stretch. But we do have other nurseries. We would never want to change the code just because of one situation, but if we find that there are a number of these kind of neighborhood scale nurseries tucked away in residential areas, it would be worth considering as a zoning code change.
Catherine?
Well, just in general, I mean, that whole concept of just allowing it as a conditional use made all the sense in the world. I was going there as well, and I was just like, why would we not just, it just seems to support a neighborhood in a very kind of low-intensive way. Granted, they have parking that probably has to be dealt with somehow, some way, but I guess I'm supportive of that angle. Like this, I have to say, it makes me a little nervous.
This meeting,
with changing it.
Changing it.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Don.
I think it's a good idea to change the purple area you've shown to commercial. That works. It encompasses kind of the real active part of the operation where they do have warehouses and they have structures. And I think it's where they take most of their truck deliveries too. So that makes sense to me. I like the idea of kind of creating a conditional use for the back part. If this all went to CN2, like you say, how do you control what goes there? And, you know, it's bounded by single-family homes, an elementary school to the south, single-family homes to the west and east, and actually north too. So I think you're onto the right idea. And there are other nurseries tucked into the neighborhood.
There are.
Van Bean's Nursery, Rhododendron Nursery near St. Ignatius, and the Jesuit Center is an example. These are tucked here and there. So you'd have to be careful how you.
So Dawn, just out of curiosity, would you support the change to commercial if it wasn't a nursery?
No.
And that's why I'm struggling.
No. I would for the northern part still.
You would still
Yeah,
there?
I still would.
Okay.
Yeah, because there were some younger generations of owners there that testified. So yeah, I feel pretty solid about that northern portion.
Howard?
Well, I think as a general principle, inner city agriculture is a great idea. Open space that's green. This particular operation is a joy to its neighborhood. I can't imagine having a house around it that wouldn't be wonderful. You're surrounded by all kinds of wonderful plant life. They own all the property you've designated there, haven't they? I think you've come up with a really good compromise that allows them to feel fairly comfortable, allows them to expand, but doesn't encourage this to be anything more than what it probably is, which is inner city agriculture. And I think that really fits the Portland plan too, idea of livability. So it's a good idea, and I think the compromise is a good one.
Okay.
Other comments? So we're in agreement with staff's recommendation of the zoning change.
Okay.
And, huh? And are we?
You're befuddled.
So are we're talking the zoning change in language and, just to be clear, and the purple area? Or are we talking one or the other?
No, this is part of this was part of the original staff proposal, is to go
Okay.
to deepen the purple, just not going all the way down to to cover the full ownership. But we do support broadening what's there to allow more of where the retail operation is.
But in addition to that.
In addition, we want to explore. So I'm not.
Okay, so just explore the zoning.
It's almost like a little, end note saying, we
Okay.
encourage you to explore this as a zoning code. There are lots of questions we haven't worked through as a zoning code change, so I'm really just planting that seed at this point.
Okay.
No pun intended.
So if we're good with that staff recommendation? Yes.
Okay.
That's it?
So did you want to, I know it's really late and you're probably exhausted, because we could hold off on, but come back to you with the other examples that I didn't highlight in the presentation, but where staff had a different recommendation from what we had heard from testimony, like the Lakeside. Did you want to do those?
that, Carrie? Do you want to bring those
We're
back?
happy to come back if that's
Yeah, if
easier.
they're going to come back anyway, no.
Okay.
Okay.
We can bring those back. The staff recommendation or the request from the owners? Because this is where we had recommended not making the map change. Right, because of the environmental and floodplain issues. Okay.
Okay.
He is a trooper.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mike.
That would help.
I don't know what the bar tab is there.
You know what you're doing, Mike.
So, Andre,
we have.
I got some follow-up questions.
Okay. So a couple of follow-up questions, and go ahead, Catherine.
So this is tying back into the mixed-use zone project and a bigger struggle that I'm having with the comprehensive plan. And it's, you've addressed some of it. It's been great with properties that are like split blocks or split lots today, but we haven't talked about, and I'm still struggling with split blocks, where one half is commercial, one half is residential. And so what I guess my challenge back to staff is pros and cons of why we split a block in the middle of the block versus what I've been hearing is that's just kind of how we've done it. I'm sure that's great, and I know it's a lot of work to fix it, but I guess I'd like to, I think there's good reasons. I've started to argue both of them in my own mind, but that should make sense if we're going to stick with it. And then I guess if we're going to stick with it in the center of the block, I really hope to see the mixed-use zone project take on the issues that we're having with transition there. And so a little background for maybe some of you who don't know is, as I sat on the Planning Commission, half the testimony we would get would be from neighbors who have a single-family home up against a commercial project on the same block. And how do you make that comfortable transition when your backyard is, looking up an apartment building? A little awkward. And so I'm just kind of in general laying out there, I think there's just a bigger question of, is that the right thing that we're doing to split it in the middle of a block or not? And then if it is the right thing, and I don't know, talk me into it, making sure we address it with the mixed-use zone project.
Well, I agree with that question.
Yeah.
We've dealt with that on Interstate a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Where
we
we
did.
had the light rail through a neighborhood and upzoned, and we got the same kind of testimony, Catherine.
Yeah. And we talk about that all the time.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so we're moving on to consent list 1. Is that right?
Can I ask a question?
Yes. Oh,
first?
go ahead.
So one thing I'd like to have more discussion on is this idea of whether or not to amend the zoning code to let nonconforming uses last longer than 3 years, and a discussion of whether or not that should be different based on ownership change. So I'd like to, at some point, have that discussion.
That's right, because that was one of the suggestions we did put in there as another alternative to map changes, is to extend that period. Okay.
So let's do this, the quick one first, the errata sheet. Has everyone looked at that? Are we okay with the errata sheet? Yep, we're good. Okay, so we only have one more item.
So consent list 1 is essentially the first of several memos where we're going to put miscellaneous other recommendations that we're not suggesting there be a great deal of discussion about, but we're just itemizing other things that staff would like to do as we bring back the recommendation. So a lot of that is what we would perceive as fairly straightforward material. This first version has a lot of material related to Chapter 8 of the comprehensive plan, because that is probably the chapter with the greatest amount of material that you chose. You didn't choose a discussion topic when we talked about framing these work sessions that really hit that chapter head on. So it ended up with a lot of that material being in this consent list. So wanted to just acknowledge that. We also wanted to acknowledge that there is an active discussion around data and open data and broadband that is being teed up for a future consent list, but we haven't quite reached internal consensus about what our recommendation is yet. So we chose not to put it in this initial package because it wasn't quite baked. But I wanted Chris to know that we haven't lost that request. Yeah. And yeah, that was one of the reasons why we didn't feel like we were ready to bring it back. So basically the exercise here is we asked for you to identify any items you wanted to talk about on this list. We got a few items. Most of the items we heard back that we sent out last night were related to earlier things you've already talked about tonight. So we're not necessarily going to talk about these items tonight, but this is a last call for, or another call, I guess, for items on this miscellaneous list that you want us to tee up for the March meeting.
Are there items? Just a broad category is this item of defining coal, oil, gas. So now we're talking about propane. So where does that fall into the definitions, and methane, butane, since we've got into all these derivatives of products, and how do we categorize them, and that whole discussion. And I'll get the item number for you. 44.
44.
On this document?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, gosh,
No.
sorry. My
No.
apologies.
It's not. Is it 3? 3. Number 3.
My eyes were glazed over. I saw green. And
All of these ask for a check one way or the other, right, Eric?
Yeah, and
And you want us to go through these and indicate our interest and come back to you? Is that the deal?
No. We're the ones that we may want to pull off right now. Otherwise, we're just going to give his okay to move forward.
right. So what's going to happen is, if you don't want to talk about anything, we're going to proceed with writing actual language based on all this stuff. You still have the right to pull that out when you see it, but this will at least give us a heads up to not start that work. And if you pull it, we can then know that we're going to talk about that later. So it's a time-saving effort on our part to just identify what's controversial and get us moving on writing that, the details.
So far you have the energy sources and the broadband.
Yeah, and the energy issue really is, our intent with that number 3 really was to be more general, because we didn't want to get into listing each detailed type of fossil fuel, because that seemed like, too much detail for that policy, so.
But we're doing a propane facility. I guess I'm, why would we not say propane when we're spending a lot of time on it?
So we'll pull that and discuss it, because we
yeah.
probably don't want to talk about it tonight.
Not that I,
Will we have time to go through this, or is this it? I guess maybe I was confused.
This is the primary call for this item, but you also, if you discover something after tonight, it doesn't prevent you from telling us about it. But we're hoping to get your flags on these things by tonight.
so, go ahead. Maggie.
I was just going to say number 6, if that is also, I guess that's in reference to materials as well, resource efficient materials. And if it is, then we're good to go. We don't need to discuss it.
So can we just pull that one off?
Yes.
No, we're just going to pull it off, Mike, for further discussion. Yeah, go ahead and ask your question.
There's a there's
a policy on that.
But you'd like to,
Sure, let's just pull it and move on.
other ones you'd like to pull?
Mike had pulled one related to creating a trail section of policy it's on page 7, 21 and 22, in the public facilities chapter 8. And I just wanted to respond to his comment that the intent of creating a trail section outside of the Parks and Recreation section was to recognize the important recreational and transportation function of those trail facilities and have a more complete policy section related to trails.
21 and
21 and 22.
So does that satisfy you, Mike, or do you want to pull them for further discussion?
I think that's our intent. Right now, the policy implies, the older comp plan policy implies they're all recreational and not transportation. And we're just trying to add that many are transportation, but we're not being exclusive of that.
Other items?
What do you mean by acquisition of surplus properties? Can you say a little more about that?
Which one, Howard?
Which one, Howard?
It's 40, number 40.
So are you just replacing that with a different policy somewhere else?
So this was a policy that directed Portland Parks and Recreation to look at opportunities to acquire other surplus properties. And some of the comments we received back from Parks and Rec and OMF was that that was more appropriate as a city administrative rule or city policy rather than a comp plan policy in order to keep those sale agreements and other parts of that sale decision out of the land use arena and kind of land use board of appeals process.
I want to hold that to discuss, not necessarily in terms of parks, but in terms of commercial and residential buildings. I don't know if you're pulling that out for similar reasons out of the rest of the comp plan in terms of acquiring and looking at surplus.
So why don't we just pull that out? Why don't we just pull 40 out for further discussion?
Yeah, but you said it's accommodated in another part of the city's planning.
But not in the comp plan.
Yeah, okay, well, then I think we should discuss.
Yeah. Okay. Other items? I see no one. No one? All right, I think we're good. So I'm going to go back through the items we pulled out. Were 40. I had 3, 6, and were 21 and 22 pulled, or was Mike okay with those? Mike was okay? Okay, so those are the only ones that I had. 3, 6, and 40.
Still the
We're
same
on
one.
miscellaneous consent list number 1.
We're wrapping up what the last discussion was, Mike. Which ones got pulled?
On 8.43, can we just add that's a discussion about right-of-way and how we can use, I think that one's supposed to relate to how we can use right-of-way going forward, different uses of public streetway. And just,
Is that number 20?
I think it's policy 8.43, yeah. I think
Yeah,
it's
number 20. So we'll pull that one too?
Yeah.
Okay.
So is it 20, 21, 22?
No, we're just going to pull 20. 21 and
Not
22 are not
And
20.
then 40.
40. Okay, so 3, 6, 20, and 40. Any others that will be pulled?
And if you, obviously, we're not going to immediately have resolved all this tomorrow. So if additional items come up in the next few days, feel free to email us. But I just wanted to get this week to get us as much information in front of staff as possible.
Okay. Michelle, did you have a question? No. Oh, okay. Joe?
Just so if we're done discussing this, it's something after.
Yeah.
we close
So
this
were we done with this? So we're okay to move forward except for those items? Okay.
Great. Real quick, thank you all. This is great work tonight. And the way we did this tonight is sort of what the work sessions are going to be like. So the materials you'll get will be similarly sort of formatted and the way the discussion flow is done, the idea of the lists and pulling things off of consent. So any feedback you want to give us over the next few weeks too about ways of doing this that can help you all get through it more efficiently, given how much volume of material is coming. But one thing I had hoped would happen, and I think saw happen tonight, is once we click into the logic of working through these, the commission works through them pretty well and pretty rapidly. So appreciate that. We'll have a whole nother map discussion coming in, I think, in several meetings when we get to the residential map. So that exercise that Deborah led us through today, in addition to returning to those few sites, we're going to go through another version of that as well. So the idea of scanning the sheets or to getting the gist of it and being ready for the discussion seems to really help.
And I'd like to add a pitch. We had scheduled a pre-work session for answering questions or going deeper into, and we'll do those in advance of each of the work sessions that you have. But if you have burning questions, please ask us, because we can use time away from these sessions to get into some of your questions. And, if the sessions we schedule don't work for your schedule, let us know, because we really want to make this decision-making as smooth and manageable for you as possible, and that may mean answering a bunch of questions offline. So I want to encourage you to take advantage of that. Oh. Okay, sure.
And just a reminder that the next session is February 10th. And that whole session is on the economic opportunities analysis and the employment-related mapping and policy issues. We will be releasing that staff report and material tomorrow for you, so you have a whole new batch of reading material. Fewer lists in this next batch because there are just fewer mapping questions. But there are some. There's also some policy refinement lists for you to look through. We are also releasing an addendum to our consent list related to Chapter 7 because we understand that you probably want to see the economic and environmental chapters side by side because that's been a lot of the testimony. So even though you didn't specifically schedule a work session to talk about refining the environmental policies, it's kind of all wrapped up in that balance between environment and employment land. And so we're releasing both of those reports at the same time tomorrow. So you should look for that in your from email from Julie.
And one last thing, like we did before, does the same group of commissioners who requested hard copies want those again, or do other people also want them?
I would like a hard copy.
We're killing trees.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna, is there a way to put markers on the things we raised tonight that are really starring the whole conversation? I mean, there were a lot of comments on a lot of different issues, but that really were starred. How do we get back to revisit those?
Well, we'll make from the notes.
Minutes will help.
Yeah, from the minutes and from the notes, we will build a list of what you have starred for further discussion and distribute that to you in some form over the next few weeks. And we'll essentially do that at the end of each session so that by the time we get closer to March, we'll have that agenda filled up with those topics.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? I would like to thank staff for sticking with us and doing what an amazing job. Michelle, you were amazing to come on the hot seat first and get all the tough questions.
Very brave woman.
You got all, everybody else was kind of like, yeah, I think so. So thank you, Eric, Deborah, Michelle, everybody else that came up and helped out. It was great. I mean, you laid out a very good process for us and give us good direction. We just need to get our comments quicker. So I think we're adjourned till the next time. Thank you.